It's Thursday night, January 2nd, 2025. I apologize for the late start. I was having a little bit of trouble with my coffee machine. Don't really want to have to do this without coffee. Let me check how everyone is doing today. YouTube says 9 concurrent viewers, so that's what happens when you get to part 5 of a game. The people start dropping off. Anna's here, Marco is here, Perry. Jonathan Warner, who has been with us for the first full Razorhurst and this one, says he may miss most of today's session, which is a shame. Jonathan Warner is my earliest, longest partner here with these games. Anna is close behind. All right, let's do a little bit of bookkeeping first, and then we'll get started here. Tonight and tomorrow, I have scheduled for Razorhurst. We have, according to the calendar, Sunday, Monday, and half of Tuesday to play, although John Kean says we may not make it through, we may not have enough time. We may have to give ourselves extra time. We've been playing one day of the game per day. That would have us play this on Thursday, this on Friday, and then Saturday, and maybe if John Kean is right, it'll take us a little longer. I would really like to try to get Razorhurst finished before Sunday. And I've said why. It's because we're playing a rather involved play-by-mail game run by one of the viewers of the channel, Matt C., set in New York Noir, and there are so many facts to hold on to in both of these cases that I can feel them pulling against each other. So I would love to be able to wrap up Razorhurst before Sunday so that our minds can be clear for Sunday. I was thinking we might actually play a double session tonight and try to finish Sunday and Monday, but maybe if Jonathan Warner's not going to be here, that's a bad idea. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But for sure, we're playing tomorrow, and if we need to, we'll be playing Razorhurst on Saturday as well. The other thing that I'm keen to get finished to play soon is Star Trek Cryptic. There's a third chapter in that box that I'm curious to play before I forget the first 2 chapters. Really enjoyed that. On New Year's Eve, going from New Year's Eve to New Year's over midnight, most of the channel viewers were not around, but I did decide on last minute to play a game, and we ended up playing Hunt a Killer's A Wealth of Murder, their latest small box standalone game rated at 4 or 5 difficulty, and it turned out to be a phenomenal box. Really good across the board. Highly recommend it. Not a beginner game, not to play for your first time, but really very good. So you can look forward to a spoiler-free review of that game soon. And you can see behind me a couple more games have come in the mail recently. Murder & Co. big box called Voodoo Dolls, a more beginner-friendly game called The Egyptian Enigma. There's a lot to get through. On the other hand, I also have to get back to working on New York Noir. I've got a big case I'm working on. I need to record some tutorials. So probably after we finish up Razorhurst, I'll be streaming a little less frequently, maybe once or twice a week for a couple weeks, and then we'll get back into schedule. How was everyone's New Year? Did everyone celebrate it properly? On New Year's Day, I had a couple friends come over and we marathon watched 7 hours of a Netflix show called Squid Game, which to me, whether the show is good or bad, if we do it in a marathon with friends and snacks and food, it's a fun experience. What else is there to talk to before we recap? If you're looking for videos to watch of sort of best of 2024, all the good YouTube game channels produce them. I have not produced one. Maybe I will, but maybe not. I do want to recommend One Stop Co-op Shop's recent series of videos on the best of 2024. He's covering a whole bunch of cooperative games, including a bunch of dungeon crawlers, but other games. And his summaries are really well done. They're very useful in terms of figuring out if a game is for you. I've got an itch to try a sort of, I'm always looking for a fantasy dungeon crawler story narrative game that doesn't get bogged down in grindy combat. And he mentioned one in his latest video that seems intriguing to me, called Fate Forge. I don't know if anyone's heard of it, but I'm curious to try it. I've got a little bit of itch in the back of my mind to work on an exploration story game inspired by the Seventh Continent, Seventh Citadel system, but without the combat, much more exploration and story. However, I do think I've got one more year at least of New York Noir to work on, so I think I'm going to be busy for the next year writing play-by-mail code for that. If you are interested in writing mystery games, I'd love to have you join the team working on New York Noir. No one is speaking up about what they did on New Year's, so I guess it's just me here. Okay, let's put the coffee away and do a little bit of a recap here. Although, with this small group on part 5, you probably remember it better than I do. Let's just recap our last day. I've been taking notes in a Google Doc. Last day we had not yesterday, we took off a couple of days, but yesterday in the game time on Saturday, we had two main things that happened on Saturday. Or a couple main things. We got details about this outrage incident that happened with Ida Maddox. And we read a whole bunch of newspaper excerpts about that case. And the game gave us a whole bunch of full-sized newspapers, but John Kean advised us to not try to read them all. These are real newspapers. We're reminded that this game, I mean, perhaps the most remarkable thing about Razorhurst, the first and the second, is that this is a real case that this is all based on. John Kean has researched this real case and created a game around it. This is Frederick Payne, Herbert Wilson. Here we have Ernest Wilson. Ernest Wilson and his sister. There's Ida Maddox, the victim. So in addition to reading all of these newspaper articles, there's Phil Jeffs, the ringleader of the gang. In addition to all of this story background, Ida Maddox, getting history about it, we got a really adult true story. But I mean, an adult story of a woman who was sexually assaulted, accused 5 men. Her background is a little rough. Maybe she was exaggerating some parts of it. Maybe she went into the house willingly with 1 man and then 4 more accosted her. They all gave their alibis, and women, the wives and girlfriends, backed up some of those alibis, and they were found innocent. But we learned a little bit more about Ida Maddox, a little bit more about the alibis, and we visited the prostitution house where she used to work and got a seriously compelling story from one of the other women there. It's quite moving and sad story. looking at the picture of Ida Maddox and her hat, and then the picture of a different woman, Olivia Reynolds, the ex-girlfriend of Phil Jeffs. This is the crossover part of these two cases that are intersecting for us, and seems to be the crux of the case we're up against. Phil Jeffs is shot recently at his house. That's what this newspaper is about. And as we follow up on it, we hear the other thing we learned at our last playthrough is much more details about the getaway car. We know it's a convertible, roof up, 4 people in the car, a woman behind the driver looking nervous, with a hat with a flower on the front of it, a peony or rose or whatever. So, and Phil Jeffs is the one who was shot. So the question is, one of our questions is the woman one of these 2 women? It seems likely. But is it Ida Maddox from the previous case last year, or is it Olivia Reynolds, the ex-girlfriend who's been cheated on? We're not sure. However, one of the other things we learned about, in addition, we got the license plate of the car. We got the description of 4 people in it and the woman. That was we had to work hard at that. Originally at the scene of Phil Jeffs, as Anna's reminding us, we found a bullet casing at the scene of the crime. Looked like it was by the passenger rear seat, which is where the woman was seen driving away. So is a woman the shooter? There's a separate issue of it's a little odd where the body is versus where the bullet casing is, but we do think it came out of that rear passenger seat. Now, one of the really exciting things that happened during the last game is that they arrested 2 men. James Fatty Taylor, and William Bill Bill Clark. And Phil Jeffs said they were the one who shot him. He says that on his deathbed, but then he doesn't die. They're small-time crooks, so it doesn't seem like we're not really sure they're involved, but we do they're arrested, put in jail. We talked to them in jail. Then we went to the flat where they were staying, and we discovered an interesting note and a gun. And one of the nice moments yesterday is that the cartridge found was a .38. And the weapon that was found was a Colt Army Special revolver. And despite having gone through this at the beginning of our playthrough a week ago, when I saw this, I said, that's the gun. And just as we were about to move along, someone pointed out, that can't be right. Why not? Because it's a revolver. Revolver doesn't eject the casings. Only the automatic pistol, semi-automatics, eject casings. So in fact, the gun we discovered cannot be the gun that was used to shoot Phil Jeffs, or at least not the gun that left the casing at the scene. So that was pretty cool. So we think maybe we're actually looking for a Remington automatic .38 or a Colt automatic pocket pistol .38. This looks like both of these could be carried by women. 1 pound, 7 ounces. A little lighter even. Anna says, I read the papers. They described Ida wearing plain clothes and a hat with a red flower. So sounds like maybe a little more evidence that it could have been Ida Maddox getting revenge. But Perry says both women had hats with flowers, common style in the era. But he'd be surprised if Ida was the shooter. Would she risk prison with a 4-year-old daughter who would go into care? That's an interesting idea. In the newspaper articles, we're told that Ida Maddox left town in disgrace or in shame or trying to find a new life after the trial. But on the other hand, we know that Olivia Reynolds was in town during the shooting because she's gone and collected her clothing the next day while we were there to drive away. And someone pointed out there was also something very suspicious about the ex-girlfriend, which is that she starts talking about Phil Jeffs in the past tense while we're talking to it. There's a little commentary about it as we're reading, that it was a little odd that she was talking in past tense. So we are definitely suspicious of Olivia Reynolds. So the other thing, and I've taken, those are my notes here about Saturday license plate. So we've handed in the license plate. We're hoping to get at the end of today a report about that. Maybe we're going to find out who owns that car, which should be very important for us. On our to-do list, I want to point out there are 2 entries that we know change on Monday, a hospital and Frank Bennett. Frank Bennett seems to be a little side case for us, a guy who's scamming the women. So the other things we want to do is we want to go back to the Eaton Avenue apartments. There's 2 things that remain for us to figure out. One is we could visit the people that are being scammed on the note that we found in Frank Bennett's apartment, just to fill in a little bit of side story, side mystery. The other weird thing is that Patrick Roach, the guy who started the brawl, which we figured out a couple days ago, we wrapped that up. The only little missing piece of that mystery is he was in here for something, and he's a little cagey about why, and we'd like to find the apartment he was visiting. I'm not sure it's important, but it is a little side quest that we want to work on. And then there was the silly bathhouse. We could get a massage there if we wanted to go back there. A big important thing we want to revisit is we ran out of time on the last day. We talked to the 2 prisoners, but that was before we found the gun and the notes. We do want to go back to the police station and ask them about it and see if they come up with a better excuse. They both alibi each other out drinking, but we're not sure we believe that. I wish we had taken better notes about whether we can disprove that. We know a car came to pick them up, so I'm a little, we may have to go look at that some more. And then Woolsey is the uncle of Ida Maddox. If we want to pull on the thread, could Ida Maddox have come back to get revenge, or a family member of hers? One of the people that we haven't found to talk to is Wooly, and there is a way for us to do that. I wonder if we could talk to these other people as well. Most of these people we've talked to, but not the not Herbert and Edward Wilson. We haven't talked to them. I'm not sure we can. And we were told last night that we can go visit our informant Fahey between 10 and noon at the Greek Catholic Church or something, so we'll want to look up where that is. Anna says, all that drug dealing is going on everywhere, so maybe Roach went for drugs there. It's certainly possible. However, we know that there's drug dealing happening in the Palm Court. We don't know of any drug dealer in Garden Vale, which is where Patty Roach was. So that's a little bit, that doesn't quite jive with that, but maybe there's more drug dealing in that apartment as well. If there is, we'd like to find out about it. Anna and Perry both make a very good point. Anna says, Perry, also Ernest Wilson was the main offender in her case, not Jeff. So it would be strange that she went for Jeff's first if it was revenge. I think that's a really good point. Like, not only that, but he's the leader of this big gang. He would seem to be the most dangerous person to go after. Why not go after the guy who lured you into the building? I think that's a very good point. Marco reminds us that Fatty was also picked up by the car of a female gang leader. I don't remember her name. Yes, that's right. We've got it down here somewhere. I think it was Kate Lee. But it was one of these drug dealing women or something brought him to her place in a limo. And they both alibi each other. But there were 4 people in the car, so no matter who you think is in the car, who the woman is who shot, she's still got to have companions. So I wonder if we're told a whole bunch of people want Phil Jeffs dead, including these rival drug dealers. So you could imagine that the girlfriend of Phil Jeffs is being sort of paid or coerced to give up his location. Hopefully we're going to get that license plate information tracking down to a car, but that may not happen until tomorrow. All right, so there's our recap. Now, the other couple things I wanted to say was John Kean responded to some of our troubles with the maps and directories, and he figured out what's gone a little bit haywire with that. And what he said was that he very recently in the game's development history switched out these maps for more detailed ones, which are the ones we're looking at, the more detailed or time appropriate maps. But that what he didn't notice is that some of the house numbers were on the old map and they're not on the new ones. So most of the times when we're looking for a place and can't find a number, it's because the number's missing and it was on the old maps, but it's not on the new. So new players who play probably shouldn't have the problem we had of finding places. And he gave me a list of other places with numbers. If we can't find a place, we can check that list and hopefully find it. This is your reminder that we're deep in this case that few people on the planet have played through, maybe none. So we're treating this as a sort of constructive play testing. So if we have notes to give John Kean, we can give him. But we're in uncharted territory here. Marco says, I'm not sure Jeff's location was secret. Well, that's completely fair. We don't know that. I'm just assuming that maybe it would be. All right. So we've woken up here at 7 a.m. Sunday morning. We're mostly rested. Here are our stats. Pretty good. Although we're going to start losing observations soon, but that's okay. We don't need to get to Fahey till 10. I think probably we should, our to-do list, the only things we want to do today, we could visit the scam victims, but we should probably visit the police precinct, police court, and talk to those 2 prisoners that may be involved. But let's not make the same mistake I did last time. Let's start out by doing our morning entry. But before we do, Anna says, Roach's girlfriend said Heath yelled something about coming back for more. Sounded like maybe he was talking to Ida. Could it be she was there somewhere and Heath was talking to her? Okay. I don't know what you're talking about. So if you can remember what entry that was, maybe we can reread it. But let's return to that. Just put that on our to-do list, Anna. Remember to remind me about that. All right, so let's wake up here at 7 a.m. and start by reading our morning entry 43. Where is my mouse? Okay, morning of Sunday, 43. Here we go. Kreuter's busy on the telephone as you enter the station. He indicates for you to wait a moment while he finishes, hangs up, and scrawls himself a note. You'll want to see this, he says, handing you this week's edition of Truth. If you wish to peruse the full article yourself, you can read the newspaper 6. Otherwise, the relevant information is summarized below. The article from today's Truth purports to be Phil Jeff's version of events as told to a friend for Truth's information. It reads more like Jeffs was reclining in a poolside lounger with cocktail in hand rather than a hospital bed with intravenous drip in arm. Jeffs wastes no time before disparaging remarks about how much the police have got wrong. The reporter, no doubt Springleaf, gushes how very different in many respects from the police story of the recent shooting is the one told on this page by Jeffs. Jeffs claims that on Tuesday he rowed with his girlfriend and she left him. So he went out drinking with friends. They happened to be passing Eaton Avenue just when the brawl came to a head. As Jeff puts it, I run out on the avenue to see if my mate's car is parked there, but I don't see it there, and I come back and get pinched and put in. I don't go around looking for trouble. Last night's affair just happened suddenly, and that's all there is to it. I wasn't looking for anything else except my own business. After bailing himself out, Jeff says he went home to Rainbow Street. He had a headache and went to bed as soon as he got home. He was awoken by his bedroom door opening and switched on the light, thinking it was his girlfriend coming back again. Instead, he saw somebody who promptly shot him in the chest. Jeff says he then jumped out of bed to attack the intruder, but was shot again. The gunman then jumped out the window with Jeffs chasing after him. He got in his car and went, and I collapsed on the lawn. The article acknowledges that the account differs in several essentials from the information obtained by the police, who apparently believe the Eaton Avenue brawl started when Jeffs, who was already out on the town with another woman, thought he saw his former girlfriend in company with another man. The article attributes the police with the opinion that Jeffs was shot because he withheld money on recent transactions in cocaine. Jeffs himself denies this. He also asserts that although on the point of death, he steadfastly refused to name his attacker. The article acknowledges that Jeffs is a well-known criminal, but that he had kept a low profile since his involvement in the heavily publicized Razorhurst outrage of a year before. Well, this is a big, serious thing. Let me just click on this article here. All right, so this was the article that I accidentally showed the group yesterday. I'm glad. I was afraid that that was going to be an article that was going to be given to you after the case was over. But now it's not such a bad, it's not so critical that I had it on camera briefly last stream. I actually blurred it out afterwards. But this is the article it's talking about. Bill Jeffs tells the truth why he was shot. So this is the full real article. There's Phil Jeffs. And there's the full article where he tells his side of the story. Again, there's this door that got broken in his house. We're not going to read this. We're just going to take a look at the summary. But let's see if there are any notes we want to make about this summary here. Okay, so this is starting off Sunday, 43. Now, why is Phil Jeffs telling this story he's telling? He says he had a fight with his girlfriend. She left him, so he went out drinking with friends. They happened to be passing Eaton Avenue. I run out on the avenue to see my mate's car is parked there, but I don't see it. We do know that his friend visited another friend, so that could be the car he's talking about. On his way back, he gets put in. I'm not sure what he's saying there. Pinched and put in. Maybe in the newspaper article it explains it better, but he wasn't looking for anything. We do know that he did bail himself out. He did go home on Rainbow Street. And what does he say happened? He said he heard his door opening. We know the door was kicked in. So I don't know what he's talking about here. Door opening, thinking it was his girlfriend, but maybe he was asleep. He doesn't remember too much. He says someone shoots him in the chest in his house. And then he claims he jumped out of bed to attack the intruder. That sounds a little far-fetched. But now he says he was shot twice in his house, and it's the gunman who jumped out the window, with Jeffs chasing after him. The gunman gets in the car, and I collapsed on the lawn. Well, I mean, this is completely sort of incompatible with our look at the scene, where we see there's a bullet here by the car that was parked, and Jeff's body is here. So according to Jeff's testimony, they parked this car. They must have come over, broke into his house, shot him twice. Here, no cartridges found inside. So he could have been shot with that .38 caliber revolver here. Then he says the shooter jumps out the window, runs back to the car. Jeffs is chasing after them. Then what happened? Maybe the car pulls up and goes this way. Maybe Jeffs chases the car this way, where he collapses here. But somehow there's a cartridge here. So someone fired the gun from here. No mention of that in Phil Jeffs' story. And Anna says, we didn't see blood here either. So, but why would he be lying about this story? I can get the part about lying to make himself look better, chasing the guy out of the window, but not sure why you'd make up the rest. Of course, the reporters get things wrong all the time. Okay, but now we read this here. Okay. I do like the idea that he was chasing the car and so he collapsed. That makes some sense to me. Now, what did the police say? They believe the brawl started when Jeffs thought he saw his former girlfriend in company with another man. That does not jive with our understanding of the brawl. We thought we pretty much nailed down that the brawl was when Freddie Roach saw his girlfriend being talked to and started a fight with members of Phil Jeffs' gang. So I don't think we agree with this police description of this. We had no sign that Olivia Reynolds was on scene or that Phil Jeffs was trying to approach her. So I think the cops are completely wrong in this little article there. But it may be that Jeffs was shot because he withheld money on recent transactions in cocaine. That we don't know about. All right, so I guess I'm just going to note here that for my note on 53, it's a different account of the shooting and a different account of the brawl starting, and maybe police motive of Jeff owing payment for cocaine. That might be something we can follow up on. And then that's the end of that entry. So we're ready to start our day here. Hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to him at the hospital. If if John Kean is watching, or for later, I wouldn't call it a bug, but it is strange that we can't go to the hospital and at least try to talk to Phil Jeffs at the hospital. When you try to go to the hospital any day before Monday, it just assumes you're there to talk to William Archer. And so that feels like a little bit weird that we're not allowed to ask to talk to Phil Jeffs. Anna is answering my previous question. Roach's girlfriend's statement is at 178, but maybe she looks like Ida, so that's why he said the coming back for more comment to her. That's an interesting idea. All right, well, we can go. All right, I will make a card. Reread Eaton entry 178 about Roach's girlfriend. Okay, I'll put it on my to-do list, so we'll do it before the end of the case, Anna. So 7 a.m., I think we should probably head over to the police precinct and try to talk to those two prisoners. Hopefully it's not too early for them. Does anyone have... So on my list for today for us to do, it's go to the police precinct, talk to the two prisoners who we now have new information on, go back to Eaton Avenue Apartments and talk to the people Bennett is scamming as our little side case. Try to visit the uncle of Ida Maddox, Woolsey. And was it also Ida Maddox's old apartment that we wanted to visit? I think we did want to do that. Although we don't think she lives there anymore. But maybe her ex-husband will know something, if that's our two angles. And is there any way we can try to find Olivia Reynolds? We know she worked at a bar where she saw Phil Jeff's new girlfriend, but I don't think we know how to get that. All right, let's go to the prison, the courthouse, and try to talk to those two prisoners who at first we thought weren't involved. Now I mean, we got 4 people in that car. So they seem like reasonable suspects to me to be part of that gang. All right, so where is the police court? Police court here was 98. So let's go do that now. I'm hoping we can catch them before they get transferred out. So we have to travel there. That's going to eat up our 7 a.m. time, but not any skills. And now we're going to entry 198. And let me make sure I'm marking these places as best I can here. Right, 198 we've been to, but 43. All right, 198. We've been here before, but we can visit the prisoners. That's right. Did we also come here with Kay? I think we already came here with Kay. All right, visiting the prisoners. Both of them have information. Anna says Olive worked at the Temple Bar Hotel. Where is that information from, Anna? I didn't remember that we had the name of the place. Olive, which is Olivia Reynolds, worked at the Temple Bar. I didn't remember that we had that information. I mean, that's important because we really want to talk to her if we can. Where Temple Bar Hotel. We had some trouble finding hotels, but she was a witness that was in the paper. You think it was only in the paper, not even in the summaries? She was a witness. Okay, Anna, you got to give me more information, please. She was a witness. I don't know what you're talking about. Witness to what? We were told she's the girlfriend who broke up, who saw the extra, who saw Phil Jeffs with a new girl. Now you're saying witness in paper. Please try to give me more information just because it's so hard to have a conversation on YouTube. All right, but let me focus on this first. I'll try to catch up and read later. All right, we're going to visit these two because we have new information. So we read this already, and we're not going to get this time again because this is what we couldn't do before. Knowledge N is circled, which it is. So now we're going to ask him about this. So, James, I hear you do some work for Kate Lee. Taylor looks down at his hands. So? Well, both of us know her operations are not exactly squeaky clean. She also finds Phil Jeffs a nuisance. It might occur to someone that Kate sent you to kill Jeffs. Taylor looks up suddenly. He meets your eye as he replies, "That's bollocks. All I ever did for Kate was a bit of bouncing. Bodyguarding or sometimes lifting heavy stuff. Nothing illegal." So the clubs she has you bouncing and the merchandise she has you lifting, they're all legal and above board? Taylor looks away uncomfortably. I don't know. I just do what I'm told to earn a little money. And what if she told you to shoot someone, say Phil Jeffs, for a little money? Then what? The only reply you get is, I'm no murderer. Taylor stops responding to you after that. All right. So we know he was the one, I think he was the one picked up by her car, by Kate Lee. So he admits he works for her, but he says he would never shoot someone. Do we believe him? Bouncing, bodyguarding, nothing illegal, but we know it is obviously illegal. But he says, I'm no murderer. Sounds believable. That's not, you don't normally say something like, say it in that way if you really are a murderer. I guess I would tend to believe him. All right, now let's go back and visit James Clark or William Clark. All right, he's the guy, I guess we found a gun in his room. That's M. You give Clark a minute, then go on in a quiet voice. We searched your flat, William. We found a hole in the lining of the wall next to your bed. A flicker of anxiety passes over Clark's face, and you can see his jaw tighten. Inside, we found pictures of naked women with bicycles. So, I like bicycles, mutters Clark. We also found an unregistered handgun. Would you like to tell me about that? You wait for an answer, but Clark just stares at the floor. Did you shoot Phil Jeffs at his house early on Wednesday morning? Nothing. Did Taylor take your gun to shoot Phil Jeffs? You wait patiently, but Clark doesn't move. After a couple of minutes of silence, you get up and leave. Well, I mean, that's pretty guilty. It's, who doesn't say no if they're asked about that and they didn't do it? Well, that's pretty compelling. Feels, the only thing that's weird is that, these two were each other's alibis. So it's hard to believe one would be involved without the other. But this makes me think that these two are involved. So Clark's gun, and he doesn't deny it. So I wouldn't be surprised if William Taylor is the shooter. Like, he didn't say he didn't drive him there, right? He said he just picks up things, delivers things. So is it possible that he's the driver and he drove Clark and Clark was the shooter, along maybe with a woman? Or he might just be told to give this guy an alibi, but they live in the same flat. So it would feel like they're partners. So is he the shooter? And is Taylor the driver, is what I'm thinking, maybe. She was one of the witnesses of the trial who confirmed Jeff's alibi. Well, okay. It's certainly true that she was the one who lied and gave Phil Jeffs a fake alibi. That's what started their relationship. So Anna's saying that's where it said where she worked. Okay. So I don't know if that causes time to pass because we went back through those, but maybe it would seem logical that that would cause 1 unit of time to pass to talk to those people. So let's just do that, and we'll lose it 1 time and click down our observation. All right, well, we're done at the courthouse. What's our next stop? What do we have left to do? We wanted to, let's figure out where Fahey is. In fact, I should have done that first because it's in the central neighborhood. We would have been better off going to that first. That's going to be unfortunate if it is. We're told that today Fahey is at the Greek Orthodox Church on Dowling Street. Dowling Street is in neighborhood D. So, okay, so that's good at least. We didn't go somewhere for nothing. Okay, it's your favorite part, looking through map for places. We're not told what address on Darlinghurst, but we're going to try to find the Greek church. If we don't find it, I'll look at my cheat sheet here. But let's see if we can't find it. Darling Street. Let's focus on Darling Street. Why would we look over everything? Dowling Street. Okay, here's Dowling Street. Got a hotel. Greek church. There it is. Okay, so there's our church where we're supposed to meet Fahey. It is missing a number here, but we can see it's between 306 and 276. Let's see if we can find it in the directory. Okay, it's not in the directory because the directory only goes from B's to F's and doesn't have Dowling. So this is one of those little bugs where there's supposed to be a number. So the Greek Orthodox Church is between 306 and 278 even. So we could just try those and try to find it. Let me see if it's on my list of, I didn't print them out. Oh, yes, I did. Okay. 304 says John Kean. So this should have a number in front of it, 304. All right, so 304 Dowling. Adjustment for Dowling is minus 100. So number 204. So let's just write that into our address book. 304 Dowling is the Greek church, which maps to item 204, and that's in neighborhood D. Okay, so we didn't have to do too much struggle. Anna says, has Faye said anything useful in this game? I don't think so. It's not worth it to chase him every day. We should go after our real leads, like tracking down Ida. Okay, talking to the informant is one of my favorite parts, so I cannot agree with that. I'm not sure he hasn't said anything useful, but, well, it is time to talk to him. It's 9 a.m. We might as well go talk to him now, because we may not have time to talk to him later. He's only there from 10 to 12. Okay, so I'm going to travel to talk to him. How dare you say he's not useful? We're traveling to neighborhood D to Darlinghurst. Okay, so we were somewhere else. We went to D. And now we're going to go to 204 and talk to him. Maybe it's because we haven't chosen well about what to ask him about, but now that we're narrowing in on a theory. 304 Dowling Street, St. Sophia Greek Orthodox Cathedral. The classically styled Greek Orthodox Cathedral of St. Sophia was only completed a couple of years ago. Its symmetrical facade soars behind a set of four-fluted Ionic columns, and the whole is painted in a dazzling white with azure trim to match the Greek flag flying on a pole outside. It fits between 10 and 12, which it is. It's 10 a.m. 3268. Okay, here we go. The morning has come out sunny, and the leafy trees outside the Greek Orthodox Church provide welcome relief. It must be particularly hot for the half-dozen nuns clad head to toe in thick black vestments, only their faces exposed to the air, as they proceed into the church. One nun breaks away from the rest and glides over to greet you. It takes you a moment to realize it's Fahey. Place 2 tip tokens. All right, we're only getting 2 today. And read 187. All right. So Lillian can ask 2 questions. What's it going to be about? Now, what have we already done? We should have printed this out so we could circle the ones we've already asked about. We asked about cocaine. We asked about William Clark and James Fatty Taylor, because those were our main suspects. I believe we asked about Frank Bennett, but I'm not sure. We must have asked about William Archer. We definitely asked about the Eaton Avenue brawl. And I know I must have asked about Olivia Reynolds. Right? Let's see. Maybe I can tell us here. Olivia Reynolds was 33. It's not circled in my thing. Well, maybe we didn't, but we can click on it. Well, let me do that. I'm going to pay to talk to Olivia, to ask about Olivia Reynolds. I think we've already done it. So I'm going to click on 33. And if we've already looked at it, then I'm just going to not take that thing away. But let me mark that we're at 187. Okay, so I think we already asked about Olivia, but I did not write it down. So let me see if we've read this one. To your surprise, Fahey grins widely. Olivia Reynolds. Yes, I do know Olivia Reynolds. I went undercover as a barman for a while and actually worked with her. She's a barmaid. You see, her main claim... Oh, yes, this is where we are told that it was when she lied for Phil Jeffs as his alibi. That's when they started dating. Okay, so we don't have to pay for that because we've already done that one. 33. Okay, and we know we asked about William Clark, which was 229. And we know we asked about cocaine, which was 214. This is where I'm trying to keep my records. We know we asked about the brawl, 165. We asked about Phil Jeffs, 155. I have not circled that. Are you sure? Surely we must have, but let's click on it, make sure we have. He washed up here in Sydney a couple years before the war broke out, has been working his way up the criminal ladder. Seems to his finger in every criminal pie. He was well on his way to becoming the richest crook till somebody shot him. Might slow him down. I wouldn't be surprised if it makes him more influential. I do not remember reading that, but I'm going to assume we did. Seems like generic background, so it won't penalize us if we read it when we shouldn't. Did we ask about itematics? I can't remember. We definitely asked about Taylor. That's 170. You can see I was so wrapped up in our informant that I didn't mark these properly. Did we ask about itematics? I think we did. I'm fairly certain we did. Let me just read this. I'm fairly certain we did, and it didn't have much information. Yeah, they dragged that poor woman through the dirt. She wasn't as squeaky clean as, although I heard she wasn't as squeaky clean. The girls in Woods Lane would know, and then we went to Woods Lane. So that was actually quite useful, but we did do that already. 255. Okay, so I think that brings us up to date here. So yeah, Fahey didn't tell us what bar she works at. All right, so now we've got two new places. What's they going to be? Do we remember who Guido Coletti was? Was he another drug dealer? I think we must have heard that. I'm not sure we asked about Frank Bennett. That seems like our little side case, but I wonder if we shouldn't. I think we did ask about that. I'm going to click that. If we didn't read it, I'll make us pay for it. Fahey scratches the tip of his nose as he thinks. Bennett. There's Lawrence Bennett, a scowly Queenslander who likes to break and enter. Or Willie Bennett, a young car thief. I know a few other Bennetts, but no Frank Bennett. Perhaps he's new in town. I think we must have read that. I'm not 100% sure about it, but I won't penalize us for it since it doesn't seem very interesting. We know he's new in town. Yeah, I think we read that because we know he's a scam artist who's new in town. Coletti is one of the big guns in town. One of the people who wants him dead. Yes, I wish you guys could give me a better description of where we heard that from, though, and what we heard about him. A big gun in town. That doesn't do anything for me. All right. Well, Charles Passmore was the drug dealer at the Eaton Avenue apartments with the lightning bolt on it. We could go there. Patrick Roach is the guy who started the fight, but we could ask about him. We just think he's a local tough, but maybe asking about him would reveal that he is in this deeper than we thought. We could ask about Kate Lee to see if she might have a stronger reason to kill Phil Jeffs. Anna says we didn't read the Bennett entry before. I'm not going to penalize us for that, so we still have to. And clearly we read the William Archer one, right? Clearly we must have read. Okay, I guess I would be inclined to look up Kate Lee, because if these two guys were the shooters, which seems possible, that would put Kate Lee involved, and she is one of the people that want Phil Jeffs dead. So, okay, I'm going to pay 1 token to ask for more information about Kate Lee. Fahey seems surprised at your question. Kate Lee? You know Kate Lee. Everyone knows her. I think we read this. I think we did read this, but we Forgot all about the fact that we could visit her at her house. Let me just see if I wrote down notes about that. But all right, let's read it first. I think we read this. She's the fairy godmother of Darlinghurst Crime. You've seen the Christmas party she throws each year for the local urchins, where she gives them all presents, mostly stolen, of course. Meanwhile, she's selling sly grog to their dads and cocaine to their moms. We absolutely read this. But did we forget to write down her home address? Boy, we are getting sloppy. How did we forget to write down her home address? 104 Riley. I mean, I don't know if we forgot to write it down or but we certainly forgot to put it on our to-do list. All right, we already read it though, so it goes back, although arguably because we took notes poorly. Marco says we went to her address, if I remember correctly. Well, we went to her shop. We went to her prostitution ring. Her house. Was that the same house? Not according to my notes here. It's not. Not according to my notes, we didn't. All right, let's go back and finish this up. I'm sure I wrote it down, but I certainly did not write it down on our to-do list. Kate Lee. Okay. Prostitution is Tilly, not Kate. Sorry. Thank you for reminding me. All right. Let me propose another thing to consider. Let's say it's possible for us to solve the original case of Ida Maddox. How might we solve that? We might solve it by getting one of the men to confess, or getting one of the other witnesses to confess. So Olivia Reynolds, for example, could confess that she made up her alibi. But I wonder if it doesn't give us another motive to talk to, for example, Fred Payne. Like, might we talk to Freddie Payne because he was one of the originals charged with the Ida Maddox case? Might we be able to see if he is willing to confess to lying? He's not otherwise involved in our concerns. Same thing with Leslie Heath. Leslie Heath and Freddie Payne are from our original case. No one in the channel is suggesting people they want to talk to. Okay, so it's got to be just me. I guess it's up to me. It does seem like we have this other angle of the cocaine sales. So I wonder if we shouldn't talk to the drug dealer. I guess we're not talking to him, though. We're just getting information about him. But Charles Passmore, all the cops already know him. Could get information whether Charles Sorley is involved in this case. Big more than it seems. We try to look up Woolley and can't find him. It would be useful to ask about him here. And no one can fill me in on how Coletti... Let me see. Can anyone fill me in on where we heard about Coletti? Coletti was one of the persons who wants Jeff's dead. We heard about him in the drug house. Oh yeah, we were told he's the guy we're told. The only mention we had of Coletti is Coletti. If Coletti tried to kill him, he'd be dead. So he's like the hot shot, good shot. So if he had wanted to kill Jeffs, he'd be dead. So that's probably not useful for us. All right, let me talk to Freddie Payne, 273. Maybe he has some information on the itematics case that could be relevant for us. Or maybe he's fallen out of favor with Phil Jeffs and he can shed some light. So 273. Payne, he's a mate of Jeff's, isn't he? It was his flat in Bayswater Road where the so-called Darlinghurst outrage allegedly occurred. Can't tell you much more than that, I'm afraid. Maybe you could find out more in the old newspapers. Okay, thanks for nothing. 273. Okay, well. I'll tell you what. Let's ask about Patrick Roach, because we think we understand how he's involved. And maybe it pays to tie up that little bow to make sure he's not something deeper that we're missing. So I'm going to ask about Patrick Roach, 267. Bayes sighs when you ask him about Patrick Roach. Roach is like a poster boy for Darlinghurst, the lovable rogue. He's been mixed up in a lot of warehouse theft over in Glebe, but I've seen him around King's Cross a lot more lately. He's quick with his fists, but also with an infectious grin. He's a lot of mates, but most of them are thugs, and I suspect that's why he gets into so much trouble. He lowers his voice and he goes on, I've actually drunk with him quite a few times, undercover, of course, and have to admit I kind of like the kid. It's a shame he's got no morals. All right, well, that was our discussion with our informant. Not very useful, but confirms everything we know about Patrick Roach. So probably he's not any more deeply involved than we feared, than we suspected. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We're done with our informant. Maybe it's time to visit Kate Lee at her house if we haven't already. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back. The tea is cold. All right, the chat is talking about where we might go. I was saying I'd love to find Olivia Reynolds, the girlfriend. But if only her I was saying if her bar name is only in the real paper but not in the summary, then I don't think we're going to be able to go there. We have no clue where it is. We could try to search those maps and find it, or we could just peek into the casebook and see if it's in there. But let's do the ones that we know about first. The channel thinks that we've already been to Kate Lee's house. I don't remember for sure, so we're going to try to do that first. 104 Riley, and Riley is in the B neighborhood with an adjustment of 0. Let's see where that is. So Riley is here. There's Riley. Where is 104? Again, Kate Lee. So Kate Lee is somewhere. Where's my red pen? Kate Lee lives somewhere here. You think we've already been there, huh? All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to read 104. If we've already been there, then I'm going to have to penalize us to travel as well. If we have been there, then I won't worry about it. 104. Kate Lee's current residence is a narrow terrace house, like every other lining the street. You knock, and presently the door is opened by a tall thug with a mop of curly hair, Wally Tomlinson. He doesn't even ask why you're there. He just starts to close the door in your face. Wait, wait! I just want to ask Kate a few questions, non-incriminating ones, about another case I'm working on, and let's face it, you know I'll keep hassling you till I get to talk to her. You won't be able to visit the outhouse without me standing there holding the paper. You may as well save us both a lot of time and let me in. Okay, we've never been here. So we're going to travel there. Good thing we did it now while we got energy. So it's 11 a.m. now. We're in the B neighborhood. And that cost us a force. All right. So persuasion. Our persuasion is 4. So we need to roll a 2 to succeed at this. Okay. Let's try to succeed. Kate Lee's resident. Okay. So what do we need? A 2. All right. So he succeeded without having to cheat. We've passed his test, so we're going to read 37. (104 to 37). This is Kate Lee. So remember, she could be involved in this case. She could be the one that wanted Phil Jeffs dead. So let's be careful here. Wally Tomlinson trails you down the hall and reluctantly gestures through a doorway to the right. A picture of domestic bliss greets you. Kate Lee, perched on the edge of a sofa, knitting. Startled, her frog-like face shoots up. Recognizing you, her eyes harden to dark lumps of obsidian. Well, detective, I gotta say, you got a fucking nerve coming here, invading an honest woman's home and sanctuary when she's trying to relax. She glowers at you, then suddenly throws her head back and cackles raucously. Just pulling your chain. I got nothing to hide. She's certainly making no attempt to hide the shotgun propped against a wall in the corner. She laughs again, then becomes suddenly serious. But if you tell a soul about the knitting, I'll have Wally here skin you alive with a blunt spoon. And if it gets back to that woman, by her tone, you know she means her arch rival, Tilly Devine, and I'll do it myself. Kate laughs again, then tosses the knitting aside. She raises her considerable bulk from the sofa and over to a side table laden with bottles. Though she's a large woman, there's no sign of weakness in her movements. She maneuvers her bulk as if every inch were honed muscle. Drink? Oh, silly me. You're obviously on duty. But that's not going to stop me. She pours herself something dark and then turns to face you. So, what do you want? I believe you know James Taylor. Kate screws up her face. Taylor. Oh, you don't mean Fatty Taylor? Dreamy eyes and built like a brick shitter? Yeah, I know him. Sometimes does odd jobs for me, fitting towel rails and such like. You roll your eyes, eliciting a cackle from the lady. Towel rails, Kate? I don't think he was fitting a rail for Phil Jeffs the other night when he and his pal Clark apparently shot him. You know anything about that? Kate's eyes are hard and calculating again. She answers softly and carefully. No, detective, I don't know anything about that. I don't associate with the likes of Jeffs, and Jim Taylor may be a punk, but he's too smart to shoot Jeffs and not finish him off. I suggest you think about who Jeff's real enemies are. Maybe one of his drug dealers or one of the women that he chews up and spits out. Jeff's is a rat, but he's not worthy of my bullet. And I certainly wouldn't shoot him in his own home. If he came barging in here, though, like you did, her gaze moves pointedly to the shotgun in the corner. Kate Lee downs the remainder of her drink. Now, I believe you were just leaving, Detective. Tomlinson ushers you out of the house and back onto the street. And then time passes. All right, so she says this guy works for her, but he wouldn't shoot him. If he did, he'd get the job done. I mean, whoever went in there did get the job done. 2 bullets that should have killed him. She says she wouldn't do it, though. She says, look at his real enemies. I don't know. I don't know. That's not good enough for me to rule her out. But certainly doesn't give us evidence against her, and she didn't give us much help. Well, all right, so in my directory, I have 2 more locations. One for Ida Maddox's old house, and one for her uncle, Woolsey. And both of those would be worth pursuing. One of these we think could take us a long drive out of town to visit, though. I guess if we think it could be Ida Maddox, those are the leads we'd want to follow up there. I think we're more inclined to think that it's Olivia, though. So could be Ida, could be Olivia, or could be a drug dealer. Drug dealers feel like the only person to give us information about that is Fahey. We're sort of waiting for that driver's license to come back to really give us a new lease on life for this case. So we could just clean up loose ends at the Eaton Avenue place, Frank Bennett, or the Ida Maddox relatives. Which of those sounds more appealing to the chat? Anna says, Olivia came back the next morning and was surprised to see the cops, so I don't think it was her. That's a very interesting observation. I mean, she did have the past tense stuff, but I think it's hard to put too much weight on that. I think it's a fair question, like why come back if you suspect the cops will be there? The last thing you'd want to do is show up back on the scene. I think that's pretty compelling. In which case, it's the Ida Maddox angle that you'd be thinking about. Okay, let's follow up on our Ida Maddox. Let's try to wrap that up. We've got 2 entries for her. One for her old house and one for the uncle. Let's try the old house first since it's nearby in town. However, before I leave this neighborhood, let me just ask a question of the chat. So we went to the Yurong bathhouse owned by William Archer, right? We saw a drug deal and we followed the person who we challenged to buy her drugs here. That was important. We got information here. When we were at the bathhouse, we were given a choice. We could have stayed and just had a steam bath or a massage or something. Instead, we followed the drug buyer. That felt like it was just a funny little diversion without information. But does anyone think that we might actually gain information by staying for a massage at William Archer's bathhouse? Is there reason to go back and do that, is what I'm asking? Before we leave this neighborhood, because we're not likely to come back here. Should we go for that massage, is what I'm wondering. Is there any information there for us? Yeah, there's lots of lab works. All of the lab work and the investigation we're told we're going to get on Monday after the weekend. So it's all going to come flooding back to us on Monday. Anna is saying she thinks it makes sense that it's Ida Maddox for revenge. So we are going to check out there. I'm only asking if we should go for the massage before we leave this neighborhood, or if that's likely to be a complete waste of time. I don't have any real reason to go there. But remember that Phil Jeffs did have the card for this here. And if he had a card for this, for his friend's bathhouse, that we know they're dealing drugs out of there, but maybe we could talk to one of the masseurs there. They might know something. All right, let's go back there. Let's try it, just for the fun of it. Maybe there actually is some information there. It was 91. I think this is an interesting thing we should have thought about. I don't know that it's going to be useful, but let's see. So bathhouse, we did this already, so I'm not going to penalize us for time, but we're going to go into the bathhouse. All right, now she buys the drugs. This feels a little weird that we're coming back here. Maybe we're not supposed to. Let's see. So we're not going to worry about observations. We're just going to skip it. Bath salt. She gets some bath salt. We jump out of the shadows. We don't want this. So I'm just going to skip this. We try to get bath salts with this alternate paths. Start and enjoying the bath. That's the part I'm trying to get us to. As you settle into the scalding hot water, you experience a twinge of guilt. You shouldn't really be bathing on the job, but in your defense, this might be called research. You're sure that Fahey and his undercovers get to do such things in the name of policing? This is probably not something you should enter into your daily activity report. The towel you hired is brittle, dry, and mostly clean. After buffing yourself with it, you emerge from Archer's hot bathhouse, pink, shiny, and invigorated. Increase any 2 of your abilities by 1 each. Okay, so it ate up a time. Thematically, it makes sense that we could do this. All right, it ate up a time. So I'm going to cross this off. We lose a persuasion down to 3. But now it says that we're allowed to increase any 2. So I guess we'll put our persuasion back up. Then we have to bring another one up. I guess we might as well. I'd do persuasion again if we were allowed to. I guess this is the one we like the best. So I'll move our observation up to 6. All right. And time has passed. Fine. All right. So nothing important here, but it was fun to do anyway. All right. We are going to try to track down Ida Maddox more. We have 2 entries for her to follow up on. Her old address and her uncle's address. Let's try her old address first. So we have to travel to Harford Place on map C. That's going to take a time. Okay, it's already 2 p.m. Day's going fast. We moved to King's Cross. Harford Place is a plus 50. So we're going to check location reference 52. But let me find on the map where we are just so we can get our place here. Harford Place. Where is it? Harford Place. Okay, so her old house was... How do I lose a pen? Okay. Her old place is somewhere in here. 52. All right, let's see if there's an entry for it. Yes, there is. To Harford Place. A pair of preteen urchins perch atop the iron fence separating To Harford Place from its next-door neighbor. The boy, who appears the younger, swings his feet and both watch you with undisguised fascination as you knock on the door. They continue to stare as you endure a lengthy wait and knock again. Eventually, the door cracks open and a sallow woman peers suspiciously out. "There?" "Hello," you smile. "I'm looking for Ida Maddox." She don't live here no more. Never seen her. Moved here after she gone." As the door starts to close, you hurriedly ask, "Do you know where she went?" "Nope. Down south. Adelaide, maybe. Not my business." The door clicks shut. As you turn to leave, the girl on the fence sniffs. "You looking for Mrs. Maddox? We remember her, huh?" She nudges the boy, who nods. "You do?" "Yep. She was all right. She was hiding here from Mr. Maddox, but he found her in the end." "Have you seen either of them lately?" They both shake their heads. The girl asks, "Are you a cop? Where's your uniform?" You smile. "Actually, I'm a detective. We don't wear uniforms." That seems to impress him a little. "Is Mrs. Maddox in trouble again?" asks Ern. "Well, let's just say she might know something that could help my investigation." She moved away," states the girl, "after last time she got in trouble. Her and the wee girl. And the other lady. Our dad said she got run out of town. What that means? You nod. Yeah, but that was a while ago. Maybe she came back. If she did, I'd like to find her. You could try the cafe, says Ern. He sniffs and wipes his nose on his sleeve. Ma Maddox used to work at a cafe in town, explains the girl. Yeah, maybe she got her old job back, adds her brother. That's a good suggestion, you say. Ern grins and nudges his sister. You go on, hey, do you remember the name of the cafe? Sure, says Ern. The Harmonica Cafe, like a mouth organ, only a cafe. Nope, replies his sister, giving him a shove that nearly dislodges him from the fence. It's the Domino Cafe, like it's gonna fall over and knock down all the other buildings, too. Ern sticks out his chin and shoves back. You're wrong, Cass. I'm not. R2. I'm gonna pound you, declares Cass. Ern squeals in delight, jumps down, and hares off around the corner with his laughing sister hot on his heels. Okay. So it's either the Harmonica Cafe or the Domino Cafe, depending on which one you believe, and time passes, which loses us a force. Okay. Now let's make sure we get everything here. She moved away. Her and her little girl and the other lady. Remember, this is just a year ago. So it's not like the little girl grew up and took revenge. And the other lady. Who's the other lady? Is the other lady her mom? If so, why wouldn't they just say that? Who is the other lady? And then she says, Mom Maddox used to work at a cafe in town. Presumably in this neighborhood, you would think. How are we going to find those if they're not written on the map? All right, let's see if they are on the map, if we can see them. We're looking for a cafe of some sort. We could just check these streets for cafes. Or it might be in a neighborhood map. King's Cross Theater. Or it could be a bug, and it could be missing from our map. Public school. Okay, I don't see any cafes, really. But let's think about this for a second. Anna says, let's go talk to the uncle. We're not leaving this neighborhood if the cafe's in this neighborhood. That's too inefficient. But, so, there's a cafe in this neighborhood. Let's remind ourselves where King's Cross is situated with our other neighborhoods. So, in this neighborhood, it could also mean maybe Darlinghurst. But probably it would be in C. But we'd have to check all these streets to find it. Like if it's not visible on the map, the only way to look in the directory is to look at the streets. However, we know only certain streets are in this thing and only certain streets are in the directory. So let's just do our easy searches first. We know we don't have H, so we can't look up Harford, but we do have Bayswater Road in our directory. That looks like the major road. We do have Barkham. We don't have Oswald. We do have, well, King's Cross and other things. So if we just do a quick search for that cafe, it looks like 60 Bayswater would be in the neighborhood and a big likely place for a cafe. So I think what we should do is we should look up Bayswater in the low numbers and just see if we can't spot the cafe. Okay, we can't because it's not in the directory. We only have Blackwood. I keep looking for ways to use the directory, but there aren't even the entries. I suppose we should be glad when those entries aren't in there. So unless we got an address from someone about the Domino Cafe or the Harmonica Cafe, it's not going to be easy for us to find it. She lives here, huh? Arkham, Wamaro, those don't exist. No, Barcom does, but I don't think we have an entry for Barcom. Rosalind, do we have that in our thing? Robinson, not really. All right, let me just, before we move on, let me just check out my cheat sheet from John Kean. No. Well, I find that very odd. Can we just talk for a minute? I mean, this will be useful for trying to give constructive advice to John Kean. I find it very odd that we've got this thing where we're ask these two kids where we could find her, and they say, go check. She might be working at her old place. And we say, that's a great idea. What was it called? Oh, the Harmonica Cafe or the Domino Cafe. And we're like, yeah, thanks. That's a good idea. And now we don't have a way to find those. I find that very strange. Any thoughts on that? Maybe someone else is going to fill us in on where those were, but okay, I guess the other possibility is if it's in Darlinghurst, might it be labeled on the map? Okay. Marco says, when she was assaulted, was she claiming coming back from work? Maybe there are details on those cafes in that account. Yeah, I guess. I mean, we were told this. The uncle picks her up. She asked to meet in Queen's Square near St. James Station between 7 and 8. He brought her food, walked her back to the corner of Elizabeth and King, and put her on the tram. Do we know where she worked? We might have gotten a description in one of those paper summaries of where she worked. Tea room on King Street. I wonder if that's near where she worked or where she worked. But Queen Square near St. James Station. Where is that? I could try to. I do have notes here about the paper saying 9:30 p.m. on the tram, King and Elizabeth Street, cafe on Pitt Street. So maybe we do know where that is. Elizabeth Street, A and E. Maybe we do have information about where that cafe is from the paper. Well, we can go read it. If my notes are right, it's 126. All right, let's see. Maybe we finally took notes sufficient to help us. They went to the Watson's Bay Hotel. We should write that down too, because, or that was out of town. Okay. His uncle, he said they met at King Street before 8. She was working in a cafe on Pitt Street. So we did get that information. Good memory from Marco and good notes from me that did recall where we read that. All right, so let's try to find Pitt Street and find that cafe. Maybe the uncle will be able to fill it in too, but if we're in this neighborhood, better for us to find it itself. Okay, we want a Pitt Street address. Now, is Pitt Street even in our directory? Yes, it is. Finally. All right, let us find our Pitt Street cafe. This could be the key for us. So we know the Pitt Street is in A. So it's going to be somewhere in Central. And he said King Street. She was working in Pitt Street. So let's find King Street. Let's see if we could. There's Pitt right there. Straight down. Okay, and where's King Street? Central, Liverpool, Colburn, Campbell, Wilmot. Not sure I see King Street, but maybe it's off the map. Not really that important for us. But let's see if we see a cafe on our map. Regardless, we'll try to look it up if we don't. Lots of interesting stuff going on here. Stafford, Sheffield. Okay, so we don't see a labeled cafe, but that's okay. We're going to look it up. So Pitt Street, we don't know what side of the block it's on, but it looks like it goes from 440s up to 200. So somewhere between Pitt Street, 200 to 400. It's this whole page, really. We don't know what side of the block it's on. So we've got the right side and the left side. All right, let's see if we can find Domino or Harmonica Cafe, or any cafe, really, that looks like it could be something like that. Lots of manufacturing here. Lots of manufacturing. furriers, boot, merchants, manufacturers, caretaking, engraving, chemist, electric supplies. Okay. Manufacturing, offices, solicitors, cemetery, lodges, portrait, manufacturing, sewage, hotel. Delmonico. Delmonico is a cross of domino and harmonica. That's going to be it right there. There's no doubt about it. Delmonico Cafe. All right, that was pretty fun. That was pretty fun. 367 Delmonico Cafe. And where are we going to find it? Off Central. Off Central. Pitt Street off Central. There's Pitt. And there's Central. All right. So somewhere that looks like 359 and 395 or something. So somewhere here, right near the police court. Okay, let's put that in our address book. That's pretty cool. Okay. 367 Pitt Street. This is the Delmonico Cafe. And that's in neighborhood A. And Pitt Street is an adjustment of minus 200. So we're actually going to look up 167. We're going to do that now, but first we're going to have to travel to A. So that's going to cost us another time, which loses us an observation down to 5. All right. That was pretty cool. All right. Delmonico Cafe. Here we go. That's the first time we've actually had fun in that directory. Okay. What did we say? It's 367 Delmonico, which maps to entry 167. Okay, and let me just keep track of that. Okay, here we go. Let's see if it was worthwhile. The Delmonico Cafe is jammed into the west side of Pitt Street between an auctioneer's and a general store. Its front window is rendered opaque by greasy marks and graying net curtains. If it's between 9 and 5 p.m., it's currently 4 p.m. Let me just point out that I was the one who insisted we come here before traipsing out of town to visit the uncle. So that looks like a wise decision. Otherwise, we would have gotten back here too late. Okay, if it's between 9 and 5, Monday to Saturday. What? Today is Sunday. Really? We're not going to get this entry because we're coming back on a Sunday? All right, we can come back tomorrow. We'll come back tomorrow. It's okay. We'll come back tomorrow. I was going to say, are we really never going to get to read this? No, but we'll come back tomorrow. All right. Building's locked up tight. Card next to the door states the opening hours are 9 a.m. to 5 a.m. Okay, so we're going to have to come back Monday. Boy, Monday's going to be a busy day. Come back Monday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Okay. Now my decision to go here first seems like it's particularly bad decision. 167. All right. All right. Well, we got there. It's closed. So we lost another time, which loses us a persuasion. And it's now 5 p.m. All right. Shall we visit the uncle now? We've got the uncle and we've got the Eden Avenue apartments, but I guess we might as well do the uncle, yeah? There's no real reason to prefer one over the other. But I guess if we suspect it could be Ida Maddox and she could be planning to leave town, better to go there sooner rather than later. Maybe we can catch her before she leaves town. All right, we're going to go to the uncle. He's out of town. I wonder how many clicks of time it's going to cost us. He is at 7 Broughton. And if you look at this street reference, what you'll notice is Broughton Road is in a different town, Homebush, but it's still in here, +0. So we could visit 7 Broughton just by going to 7. So let's see what happens. Seven Broughton Road, Homebush, Sarnia. Standing on the side of Broughton Road, it strikes you that the western suburbs are a sort of anti-Darlinghurst. Where King's Cross is crowded, here is spacious, with a wide open sky. Where the endless gray terrace houses of Woolloomooloo, slope down to tarred wharves and gray-colored waves, here is all green grass, flowering trees, and neat red brick bungalows, amply spaced. But the shooting of Phil Jeffs in Rainbow Street reminds you that the ugly strain of crime leaks out into even the leafiest of suburbs. The scent of flowers accompanies you up to the path to tap on the door of number 7. If it's before 6 on a weekday... Wow, another entry. This wants before 6 p.m. on a weekday. Boy, we're going to have to wake up early Monday morning to get all of our weekday stuff done. That might mean we should go to sleep soon. Okay, so it's not, so I'm just going to read the other, which I assume is the one that says come back. Oh, I guess he's home. Should we make sure I did that right? We went to 7. If it's before 6 p.m. on a weekday, otherwise 2:38. Okay. So maybe it's good that we're here on a weekend. Let's read and find out. Let me just circle this. 7, 2:38. Okay. William Woolley leads you into a comfortable sitting room with open windows looking out over a shrub-lined lawn. I guess maybe he works during the day on weekdays. Like him, the shrubs are short, round, and neatly trimmed. Unlike him, they lack enormous mustaches. Thank you for seeing me, Mr. Woolley. I need to ask you about your niece, Ida Maddox. Ida? This isn't about that dreadful affair last year, is it? I thought we'd put all of that behind us. Is she in some sort of trouble again? There has been some trouble, yes, and I'm trying to figure out if it has anything to do with her. Do you know where she went when she left Sydney last year? Woolley stands and starts pacing thoughtfully about the room. Well, she tried Melbourne first. I left her husband here and took the kids down on the trains. Woolley's voice rings with approval as he mentions trains, and you're reminded that he earns his living as a tram driver. I guess that's where he works during the day, so it's good we came here on the weekend. Melbourne didn't suit her, so she tried Adelaide, but that was worse. So she drifted back here to Sydney over a period of months, and I'm her only family since her mother died a few months ago, the only one looking out for her. So it made sense. She doesn't have any friends looking out for her? Well, there's one, a woman who used to sublet a room from Ida and her husband when they were living in Lower Palmer Street. Grace Oliver was her name. Ida spoke about her often. I believe they bonded over their poor choices in husbands and became quite close. Do you know where Mrs. Oliver lives now? All I know is her nearest tram stop, King's Cross Theater. Ida mentioned it once when she visited. I never forget a tram stop. And Ida, do you know where she's living? Wooly paces over to the open window and gazes out. No, I don't know where she's living. She gets off the tram at Stanley Street, so presumably nearby. He suddenly freezes and peers intently out the window. Mr. Woolley? Oh, nothing. I just thought I saw someone in the bushes. Must have been a trick of the light. Anyway, I was saying, I don't know where Ida's living, I'm afraid. As you leave the house, you have the sensation of being watched. If W is already circled, read 68. Otherwise, circle W and leave. Now that's weird. Well, it seems like something important has happened here. Let's follow the instructions first. If W is already circled, read 68. Otherwise, circle W and leave. So we're circling W, we're leaving, we're causing time to pass. Now 6 p.m., we're losing an observation. But boy, if we got some interesting stuff here. First of all, Ida Maddox is back in town. That's huge for us, right? So Ida Maddox is in town. We did notice that it was odd that she left with another woman, those kids told us, and now we know the identity of that other woman. Grace Oliver, her friend, who lives in town. They used to live near Palmer Street. They're friends over bad husbands. We ask where she is now, and he says King's Cross Theater tram. I believe we've seen the King's Cross Theater on the map. And that's Grace, where Grace lives. Then we ask where Ida might be staying. And he says she gets off the tram at Stanley Street. We can see the trams, so we can see presumably what is nearby there. And we don't know if those are near each other. He says presumably nearby. Does he mean he must mean presumably nearby Grace? So the two of them are living nearby each other. And we can probably find out where that is. But then it says we can come back. We've circled W, but if we had already circled W, we could come back. That's one of those weird occasions. Usually there's some logic to it, but I don't know why we wouldn't. Leave. And now we're going to revisit, right? No reason we wouldn't revisit, right? Our stats are strong enough. It's now time went by. All right, so I have to mark a time, decrease a force. So it's 7 p.m. and our stats are not great, but they are good enough that we could pass it. All right, Anna says revisit. I think I say revisit too. If knowledge is W is already circled, so should we pass another time? No, I don't think we should. This is weird. I wish games like this, including my own, including New York Noir, would be more clear about whether we're allowed to revisit this. I already passed time, did I? Okay. So now it's 6 p.m. But did I cost us for traveling here? I'm not sure I cost us for traveling, so I'm going to keep the time passed. I don't think I did. You let me know if I did. All right, we're going to visit this now and see what happens. Not that it really matters. Don't pass another. Did I pay for us traveling here, though? That's the question. All right, let's click this and see what happens. You're halfway down the path to the street when you hear the door open behind you. Wooly is there, framed in the doorway. You were asking about Ida's friend Grace. I just remembered Ida told me Grace had reverted to using her maiden name. Robertson or Robinson, something like that. I suppose it's the modern thing to do. Thank you, Mr. Woolley. He nods and shuts the door with a clunk of finality. Well, that's weird. That's weird because I don't see why those connect. Why does the circle W? That seems like a bug to me, doesn't it? Circle A. I'm going to circle the A. But doesn't that seem like a bug? Because one thing doesn't have to do with the other. Robertson or Robertson? I feel like that was a bug. Let me tell you what I feel like it should be. Although he does say you were asking about Ida's friend Grace. All right, well, let's not worry about it, but maybe John Kean, if he's watching this, wants to check it out. Perry says, maybe it's just an opportunity to miss a clue. But the thing is, the thing that's so bizarre about it is, like, it feels like, oh, was it 238, right? It feels like it's saying, like, you notice something. I don't understand why we would do this. And it says there is a Mrs. Robertson in one of the Eaton Avenue apartments. That's pretty interesting. Is that where we think she lives? Near the King Cross Theater? Let's go check that out. Although, is it time to go to sleep first? Anna has found a Mrs. Robertson at one of the Eaton Avenue apartments. Okay, let me just see what happens if it's time to go to sleep. We've got a lot of stuff to do in the morning. If we go to sleep now, we get this eats up. So that's down to 2 to travel. Then we're going to get 3 force back. 1, 2, 3. We got to wake up very early tomorrow morning. That's the reason, another reason why I'm keen to go to sleep early. We'd get 3 persuasion back from 2 up to 5. So nothing's wasted there. We get 4 observation back. Nothing's wasted there. So nothing would be wasted if we go to sleep right now. And we have other things we want to do at the Eaton Avenue apartments. So I think we should be going to sleep now. Then we've got a lot to do the next morning, including going to the Eaton Avenue. Yeah. Because if we go to the Eaton Avenue just to talk to Robinson, then we've wasted a lot of strength and we have other stuff we want to do there. All right, so we're going to go to sleep now, early at 7 p.m., so that we can wake up early at 6 a.m. and get started. Anna has a whole theory now. Heath could have seen Ida there. That would explain coming back for more comment. That would make so much sense. That's an whoa, coming back for more, talking about Ida Maddox. Yeah, wow, that's pretty rough statement. And it's to sleep but do another in-game day. I think we've only spent 2 hours. I think we should do Monday tonight. I feel bad that Jonathan is missing it, but Jonathan is pretty good at catching up. All right, well, let's do our sleep, and then we'll take a break and discuss what to do, but I'm inclined to play through Monday tonight. All right, so we're going to go to sleep, which is we have to travel first to Darlinghurst Station. That loses us a persuasion. And now we're going to go to sleep, but first we read 234. Let's do that now. 234. A lot is going to happen on Monday morning. All of our research is going to come back that we've been waiting for. It's going to be a pretty big day when we wake up. Okay, 234. After filling out the day's paperwork, you head for the door. Kreuter calls out to you as you pass. Hey, Archer's taking a turn for the worst. His wound has got infected and he's no longer conscious. I hope you got what you needed from him. Oh, and Fahey will be at King's Cross Theater from 7 to 9 p.m. tomorrow. That's where we're going with the tram, near King's Cross Theater. If you want to see him, he said to buy a ticket. Okay, 234, end of Sunday. Fahey at King's Cross Theater from 7 to 9 p.m. We're going to be asleep by then. We're probably going to miss him. That's okay. Okay, and then we've got these entries, which we know all about. The only thing that's underlined for us that's new seems to be V. And still Alpha, which we're never asked about. I wonder if that's a mistake or I don't know. All right, so V is new to us. Kreuter says he has heard back from the motor car registry. Oh, that was our license plate. Okay, this is very important for us. He hands you a note with 3 possibilities. Okay, this is pretty cool. So we know it starts with 85 and 89 ends in 5. We've got 3 people. We've got Riley Street in Woolloomooloo, owned by an H. Walsh. We've got 16 Cooper Street and R. Cole, or an E. Burke at Anzac Parade. One of those sounds familiar. Do we know a Walsh? Oh, let's write this down. We know that we're looking for a convertible, so that's going to make it a 4-seat convertible. So hopefully that will give us just one of these. No Eaton Avenue address, but we're not really looking for an Eaton Avenue address, I don't think. Anzac Parade, that's near where something we know about. Yeah, it was seen on Anzac Parade was where the hit happened nearby. Or was it seen near Asnac Braid? That was where we saw it driving through. Okay. Let's screenshot this, but I guess we're also remembering it. So we can reread this, but let me write down these addresses. E. Burke, H. Walsh, and R. Cole. And we have 5 Anzac. One's on Riley Street, and 116 Cooper Street. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, and then we're done with this. So our day is over. So let's do our bookkeeping here. We're going to start sleeping here. We're going to wake up as early as possible, I think, 6 a.m. Let's see if we can get most of our stats back. 1, 2, 3, 4 observation. 1, 2, 3, 4. That puts us at max observation. 3 persuasion. 1, 2, 3. That's about as high as it ever goes. And 1, 2, 3 fourths. Full out. So we've maxed out our stats basically, which is great because Monday morning we're going to have to spend a long day. There's a lot for us to do. Wake up at 6 a.m. We got to go back to the hospital. We got to visit Bennett. We got to go to that other address. I wonder if Riley Street is... Broughton was the old... No. Oh, the cafe. It was the cafe we wanted to come back to. All right. So let's take our break here for 8 minutes and let's play Monday. Well, let's talk about whether we should play Monday when we come back from break. But first we have to take our break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. It's 12:35 a.m. here in Champaign, Illinois. You're watching Co-op for Two, and we've decided to continue playing tonight and do Monday, the 13th of May. Got a lot to do today. We expect all of our lab results to come in the morning. And at the end of Sunday, we had some major breakthroughs. We've discovered that Ida Maddox is back in town. That is a huge piece of news because it was the one reason we were ruling her out is she seemed to have left town. Now she's back in town. In fact, she seems to be living quite near the action and living with a close friend who's also similarly got an abusive husband. So we may be looking at a little bit of a Thelma and Louise situation on our hands here. We're very well rested. Anna has picked up some people living at the Eaton Avenue flats who could match the name of Grace Oliver, now possibly Robertson and Robinson, and Anna thinks she's found a person who might match that name. I do want to do a couple things first. I want to identify the areas where we think the two of them live that the uncle just told us about. But I also want to check out, reread the passage that triggered Anna's theory of something very subtle. So let's go to the chat. We haven't started Monday yet. So Anna had a theory. And Anna's theory was that one of these guys in the Phil Jeffs gang said something odd like, "You're coming back for more." And Anna is now thinking, what if they saw Ida Maddox in town, surprisingly, right near where she was assaulted? The Eaton Avenue apartments are right near where she's assaulted. And the brawl started because we thought they were catcalling Patty Roach's girlfriend. But Anna thinks, what if they were really saw Ida Maddox and said to her, "You're coming back for more," which would be a very cold statement. Okay, so we're going to try to read that. Anna says it's at 178. So let's reread that, because I don't remember that detail. So we ask about the fight. Let's see. She says, "My mom's not that keen on me living here." She shoots a jet of cigarette smoke out the corner of her practiced mouth. She thinks it's dodgy, and she's right. We call it Blood Alley because of how many muggings there are here. I was mugged once, just over there. She points with her cigarette. I was heading out, and this young bloke jumped out with a knife. Gave me a right surprise. This is Mrs. Brooker, who's dating Patty. So let's see what she says. He asked me out for a drink, and I went. So she meets her local tough, who started the fight. And here's the important paragraph here. Patty came to pick me up about 9. Told me to wait here while he nipped over to Garden Vale for a minute. Maybe to get drugs. We have not confirmed that yet. Then one or two people coming. There was one or two people coming or going. I was standing out about here just outside my building. There are a couple people coming and going. There are a couple of blokes over there. She points to the courtyard between Palm Court and Omea. One of them yells at me. She thinks they're yelling at me, but what building is she in? She's in La Rea. Okay, well, La Rea is not where we think Grace may live, but it is nearby the Grampians or Corona. So maybe someone else was coming out. She's sitting outside. Is it possible that Ida is coming out of a nearby apartment and she thinks, Brooker thinks a guy is yelling at her, but really they're yelling at Ida Maddox? Possible. That's Anna's theory. Let's keep reading. one of them yells at me, and we say, "What did he say?" And she says, "Oh, I don't know, something about coming back for more. It didn't make much sense." Yeah, I think Anna's theory is pretty clever. So in other words, she says, "I was standing about here, outside my building." Heads down the stairs, once outside in the courtyard. Okay, so here's Anna's theory, our theory now. This is Brooker, who lives in La Rea in 6. So she says, "Come on, I'll talk to you downstairs." So she walks out and she goes down here somewhere in the courtyard where she starts talking to us. And she described what happened as there are people coming and going, coming and going. And she's telling us the scene of the night. While she was sitting here last night at 9 p.m., people coming and going all over. Guys come in and yell to her, "You're back for more." She says, "It didn't really make sense, but it doesn't matter. Just then, my boyfriend, the local tough, is coming out. Patrick, he hears them call out to me, and he fights them." And what we now think possibly is that Ida Maddox is visiting her friend Grace Robson here, 5 in Grampians, which would be coming down this way. So Ida Maddox visiting Grace. They come here. They're just happen to be near our girl Brooks here, Brooker, and they're really calling out to Ida Maddox, drunk, and saying, "Hey, it's you, the one who took us to court, said we raped you. You're coming back for more." That makes a lot of sense. Now, why on earth is Ida Maddox back right near the assault? The assault's happening out here near Eaton Avenue. That's a poor choice, but all right. So that's a pretty cool theory about the coming back for more. I like it. All right. And it's like Anna has said 100 times, go knock on that door. Go knock on Robson's door. All right. Take it easy. We're going to get there. We got a lot to do on Monday morning. But there's the theory. Now, before we start doing that, there's a lot more else to do. Let's make a list because we've got a lot to do on Monday. Okay. It's going to give us in the morning lots of additional stuff, but on our list is to visit Delmonico Cafe, where Ida Maddox used to work. This feels like it's just going to be redundant to tell us that she's in town, which would otherwise be a big surprise to us if we hadn't talked to the uncle. Okay. We also want to visit the hospital. That's new. We also want to visit Frank Bennett. That story is new as of Monday. We happen to know. We want to visit the license holders, license plates. We might want to try to locate where those are on the map. We want to visit the Grace and Ida homes if we can find them. Anything else we're supposed to do on Monday? I guess that's it. No, we have our informant. That has to happen between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. if we want to go there. Hospital has to be between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. Delmonico Cafe has to have an opening hours. When was that? 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And then G. Robson, that's who we think might be Grace. At Eaton Avenue. Okay, so those are our lists. Cafe sounds less important now. I definitely agree. I feel like the cafe might have been an alternate way to find out that Ida Maddox is back in town or to learn about her friend, Grace. So, but that would be hard to pass up since it was so fun to discover it. So the only thing I want to do before we start the day, though, is try to locate the basic neighborhoods where Grace and Ida are staying that the uncle gave us information about. He said one is near the King's Cross Theater tram stop, and the other one is near the Stanley Street tram stop. Now, if we're right that Grace lives in the Eaton Avenue apartments, that would be in King's Cross. And we're looking for the King's Cross Theater, which is right here. Okay, and where is the tram line? There's no tram lines drawn here, but I think it might be this one. It might be like this. Or is this it here? Maybe this is the tram lines. Okay, so if this is the stop, it would make sense. This is Grace's stop. So if she lived in the Eden Avenue apartments, that is consistent with that being her stop right there. So that, or sorry, we were thinking that's the tram line. Well, no, sorry, that's wrong. If this is the tram line, she wouldn't get off here if she lived here. Shouldn't she get off here? Maybe it doesn't stop there. Anyway, but it is in the same neighborhood, so maybe it is consistent. Maybe the tram line runs along Victoria. It's a little strange. Sometimes I thought we saw tram lines that looked different. All right. Anyway, I guess it's consistent with being in the same neighborhood. That is a little bit of a coincidence. I think it's more evidence that Grace does, in fact, live in the Eden Avenue apartments. Okay, but that's, we don't know where the tram stop is, presumably somewhere there near King's Cross Theater. Now, what about Ida? He says she lives on the Stanley Street tram stop, which he suggested is kind of near here. Now, I think that's what he was suggesting. Where is our street guide? Stanley Street is on B, so it's not even in this neighborhood. So if Ida Maddox has a house, her house is, Emery mentioned they used to be on Palmer. Grace used to live on Palmer Street somewhere, but now she gets off at the Stanley Street stop, which is here. Here's Stanley Street. Is this the tram? This is the tram, isn't it? So if Ida gets off here at this Stanley Street stop, this could be anywhere here though. That puts Ida living somewhere here on Stanley Street. But if Grace lives here and the tram runs here, why is she getting off here? Anna, any theory about that? Does the tram not stop regularly? It sure seems like it would stop more somewhere closer to Eaton Avenue if she lives in here. Seems odd that she would get off at the King's Cross station unless it only stops rarely. But my experience is with things like trams and buses, you can get off almost wherever you want. It seems like a pretty big distance to be getting off here when you live here. Any thoughts on that? I'll just make my notes. And Stanley Street is map B. So I don't think we have enough to locate Ida Maddox's house. And we're just guessing that Grace might live in the Eaton Avenue apartments. And it says, I don't know, the outrage case, Ida said something about getting off the tram going home when she was attacked. 5-minute walk to her house. That's a good point. I suppose the other alternative is that Ida and Grace don't live there, but they're getting drugs there, but we see their name in there. That's why we think, okay, so maybe the tram doesn't stop everywhere. That would be the explanation, I guess. That's a non-trivial walk, though. I'm just pointing out that is a non-trivial walk. 1, 2, 3. Maybe it's only a couple blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks. Maybe it's not so bad. Do we know who Grace's ex-husband is? That's a good question. No, we don't. All right, let's start our new day. We'll come back to all of this stuff, no doubt. All right, we're starting our Monday morning at 6 a.m. We may get a bit of a document dump now with all that lab work. All right, 88, here we go. Monday, 13 May, 1929, number 3 police station, Darlinghurst. Overnight showers have eased to a gentle drizzle that strips the color from Darlinghurst's streets as if you've stumbled into a photograph. On entering the station, you shake the moisture from your coat and greet Kreuter, who reminds you that McKay wants the case wrapped up with a full debrief by tomorrow afternoon. What? Where's all of our lab work? I thought the lab work was going to be ready. What the heck? Is it not going to be ready till tonight? At the very end of the case? I mean, it makes life a little easier for us because we have a full day of stuff to do. But I thought we were going to get a lot of lab work here in the morning. All right. Well, we can't go to Delmonica Cafe yet. That's not open till 9 a.m. Where's our list? Okay, 9 a.m. we're going to the cafe. Hospital's 10 a.m. We can't go there yet either. But this is Eaton Avenue. So we've just got 2 Eaton Avenues. Are you ready to head right? Guess Anna's going to get her wish. We're going to go straight to Eaton Avenue and try to find Grace. All right. Okay. Perry says something that's got enough typos that I can barely make sense of it. All right, we're headed to Eaton Avenue Flats. So we're going to have to walk there, travel neighborhoods. So we're going to from Darlinghurst to C. That takes us a click of time, which loses us a force. And here we are in King's Cross at the Eaton Avenue Apartments. All right. You want to head straight into our girl, or shall we talk to Frank Bennett first? I guess we care more about our possibly finding Grace. I do want to talk to Bennett, though, because I know he may have left town. He may be leaving town now. But okay, here we go. This could break our case wide open. We're going to go and knock on the door of G. Robeson and see if that turns out to be Grace. Pretty serious. Here we go. It's 42, right? That's how we get to the... Yes, 42. All right, here we go. Hope everyone's got their coffee and tea. Heading into the Grampians. Getting ready to talk to G. Robeson. This is pretty serious. Everyone got their bated breath, got their coffee and tea. Here we go. You rap on the door to flat 5 at the back of the Grampians building, but there's no answer. If knowledge A is circled, which it is, and I think we just got that. Did we just get that at Woolsey? I think so. All right. So 42 to Grampians, G. Robeson, which is 142. And now because of A, we go to 197. Okay, here we go. At first, there's no answer to your knock. So you call out, Miss Robeson, Grace, Miss Oliver. Eventually, you hear a reluctant rattle of the lock, and the door swings slowly inwards. Grace Robeson is a thin little thing with wavy brown hair and large hazel eyes. She puts you in mind of a church mouse from a children's story. She huddles behind the door as if it is a shield. Hello, Grace. I'm from the Darlinghurst police. I'd like to talk to you about Ida Maddox. She blinks several times, rapidly, then reluctantly widens the door to let you in. The tiny bedsit is very dark. Thick curtains cover the 2 main windows, and a thin, watery light seeps in through the small one opposite the door. Miss Robeson's face shows up white in the gloom, like some lonely creature in a deep sea cave. You feel your way to a chair in the semi-dark and sit down. Tell me, Grace, how do you know Ida? She clears her throat softly. At first her words come slowly, reluctantly, but she soon opens up as if grateful to finally have someone to tell her story to. About 18 months ago, Ida and I shared a room in Lower Palmer Street. She says we'd both left abusive husbands and could just get by if we pooled our resources. She had 2 little kids and paid someone to look after the boy, while baby Dorothy stayed with us in the balcony room. It worked all right for a while, till she started running out of money. Neither of us could find work that paid enough, especially since one of us needed to stay with the baby. She had a job in a cafe, but got hit by a taxi crossing Pitt Street and hurt her back, which meant she couldn't work long hours on her feet. There was some compensation from the taxi company, but barely enough. So she tried other options. She pauses and you encourage her to go on. We moved further out of the city to Harford Place, where the rent was cheaper. Ida was avoiding her husband, but eventually he found her. He threatened to cut her with a razor, her and her little Dottie. It's awful. Grace's eyes sparkle in the gloom, and you realize she's fighting back tears. Ida would get money from her mother sometimes, or from her uncle, but the aunt doesn't like her much. She met her uncle one evening to get help, and on the way home, something terrible happened. The papers called it the Darlinghurst outrage. The court case and publicity nearly killed Ida. Nobody was kind, not the newspapers, not the public, not even the police, really. She shoots you a guilty glance before going on, but Ida's tough, and somehow she got through it. After that, they shipped her and the kids off to Adelaide somewhere, but she still had no money. Her husband finally disappeared to sea for good, and it wasn't long till Ida wound up back here in Sydney, where her only friends are. You wait silently for her to go on. Grace Robson takes a strand of hair and starts rubbing it obsessively between her fingers and thumb. She came and found me a few months ago when she got back. She was thinner, more drawn. She told me she had nightmares. She'd started carrying a loaded pistol in her bag, but she'd had a cleaning job and a room to rent with Mrs. Hackett in Riley Street. It was close to a woman who could mind the kids while she worked. She even found a man, maybe a proper boyfriend. Things were looking better for her. Grace sits back and sort of shrinks into the chair. She seems to be speaking mainly to herself now, as if she's forgotten you're there. Ida came to see me just a few days ago, on Tuesday night. She'd broken something and lost her job. She tried her at her uncle's, but the aunt turned her away. She thought maybe I had a few shillings she could borrow. Miss Oliver folds and unfolds her hands in her lap, so she put the kids to bed and arrived here at about 9. But a man accosted her outside the building. A man who had previously hurt her. She was shaking and on the edge of tears when I let her in. I wasn't used to seeing her like that. She's normally so strong. I gave her a cup of tea. There was a big fight in the street outside. I heard someone got shot, but Ida was feeling better. She said she had thought of how she could get some money. Somebody rich owed her, she said, and she thought maybe her boyfriend could help convince him to pay up. So when the fuss outside calmed down, she slipped away. Do you know where she went or who she was going to try to get money from? No. And have you seen her since that visit? No. Silence stretches between you. Grace seems to have nothing more to say, so you stand. Thank you, Miss Robson. You have been a good friend to Ida. She nods, solemnly rises, and moves to the window to open the curtains. Light suddenly crashes in, evaporating the shadows and stunning your eyes to temporary blindness. But as they adjust and the room comes into focus, you inhale sharply. The walls are covered, almost papered, with gloriously colored photographs, family portraits with faces flushed with life, blue eyes penetrating below sun-streaked hair and emerald green ribbons. Rural scenes of red earth, yellowing flowering eucalyptus, and endless blue washed skies. A market scene with fruits and vegetables, plump and ripe with color. How could this be possible? Grace Robson notices your wonder and blushes slightly. I've got a job with a photographer, coloring the prints with dyes. I'm told I'm quite good at it. But your attention has been drawn to one picture amid the rest. It's smaller and appears to have been cut and colored from a newspaper. In it, a thin woman stares out from hooded hazel eyes. A trace of ash blonde hair peeps from below a beige cloche hat with a dark red flower. Her gaze is steady and holds a determination that has persisted through much adversity. Ida Maddox. Seeing your gaze, Miss Robeson murmurs, "Yep, that's her, my friend Ida." She reaches out to almost touch the picture, but smiles and withdraws her hand. "I hope she's not in any more trouble, Detective. I couldn't bear it." You give her what you hope is a reassuring nod and quickly slip out the door. All right, that's pretty serious. Time passes. So that loses enough force. So the picture of what's happening, I can see Anna's already chiming in, but the picture of what's happening is becoming clearer and makes a little more sense. In a cartoonish world, the wronged woman comes back in town and just seeks out her revenge and kills the guy who was part of the gang that assaulted her. And we talked about why that was a little weird, because we said, why is she, if she's coming for revenge, why is she killing Phil Jeffs, who's not the main guy who started the assault? But that's what happens in cartoons. In real life, this feels a little bit more realistic, in that this woman was in trouble to begin with, maybe working the streets. She was assaulted, run out of town, and she comes back and she has no money. And now she's gotten desperate and she's come up with a scheme. It's not really revenge, is not the main motive, but it is, I think what the thought is, Bill Jeffs is part of this group that assaulted her and got away with it. And now he's become a big shot and come into money. And our girl Ida Maddox has come back and met up with a tough guy. And they've concocted a scheme to probably go rob him. Probably not even blackmail him, possibly, but probably more likely decided that this guy deserves it. Let's go rob him, kill him if we have to. Maybe just go in there and kill him and rob him. And he probably has lots of money. Now, Anna had an additional thought here, and it is about the boyfriend. Anna thinks the boyfriend is Fatty Taylor. I thought we were told that Fatty Taylor was Kate Lee's. No, Fatty Taylor was working for Kate Lee. And we were told, yeah, it makes complete sense. Because when we interview Fatty Taylor, this big, strong guy at a jail, he says, "I got a girl. She's broken too." And that's going to be Ida Maddox, 100%. 100%. His girlfriend is Ida Maddox. He mentions, we could go read that again, but he says, "I even found a girl. She's broken too." That's the broken Ida Maddox, no doubt about it. Anna thinks they did go to blackmail him. Maybe that's just what you say. I think, yeah, the gash on Fatty's nose could be from Jeff's door. Blackmail, or just go strong arm him and kill him if you have to. I think, wow, that's pretty cool. But not only that, Fatty has a drawing of the kids in his house. Oh, that's a good catch. That's a good catch. So we're going to reread that, but Marco reminds us of something, which is that Fatty Taylor has a picture from a kid in his house, like wishing him happy birthday, uncle, whatever. And that's going to be Ida's kids. And I do want to point out one more thing. We found the cartridge outside, the 38. Right? And we said, oh, the gun we just found is not the gun because it's a revolver. But when we got this new scene, this new description of what happened, it makes clear that the two shot, it's much more likely that that gun was used inside the house, shot him twice in the chest with the revolver. No cartridges found in the house. Maybe our girl Ida Maddox shoots him one last time outside as he's running with the automatic that she has, because she started carrying a gun. So, but I think it is going to turn out to be Fatty Taylor's army revolver that put 2 bullets in Phil Jeff's body. Phil Jeff has survived, though. Anna still thinks they didn't mean to kill him. All right, well, we'll worry about that later. That's a small detail. Let's write our other notes, though. All right, this is our biggest clear entry, which really gives us a nice, good, clean mystery solution. All right, so what do we know here? Okay, so notice also we get this picture of Ida Maddox with the flower in her hair, on her hat, right? Dark red flower. In Ida's hat, more information. She confirms the fight happened exactly how Anna's theory was, that someone called out saying, "You're back for more." Okay. She came up with how she could get some money. Somebody rich owed her, she said. Boyfriend could convince him to pay up. I don't think it's blackmail. I don't think it's owed money. That's just what she tells Olive. But really, they're going to go force him to give money. Maybe shoot him. Maybe shoot him when he tried to run. That doesn't matter. We don't have to worry about that. We don't have to worry about that detail now. Let's part about. She found a man, a proper boyfriend. Things were looking good, and then things went wrong. She lost her job. She broke something. She tried to borrow money. Okay, now. I love the Marco's observation that the drawing from the kid is going to be Ida's kid. What was the part she started carrying a loaded pistol? That's going to be a semi-automatic that ejects the cartridge. That's she shot at him as he was running away, I guess. Any more clues here? She had a cleaning job and a room to rent with Mrs. Hackett in Riley Street. Cleaning job and room with Mrs. Hackett on Riley. Maybe we can now find that. A room to rent with Mrs. Hackett and Riley Street. So we might be able to find Ida there, but I think Ida is hanging out outside the uncle's house, maybe. So let's remember that if we get asked where to find Ida Maddox, she might be crawling around the bushes at the uncle's house or at this bedsit. But I suspect she's at the uncle's house and she's fled the bedsit. So we think the boyfriend is Fatty Taylor, but he sort of convinced us that he wouldn't shoot anyone. I'm not a murderer, but we don't really believe it anymore. And are we sure we're right about which one's Fatty Taylor and which one's the other guy? It's not Fatty Taylor, is it William? Is it the other one? We should be a little careful about it, right? Because there's 2 guys. One has the gun. I'm not sure which one is which. Maybe let's just go back and read that to make sure we got the right one. Let's reread those scenes. It was, before we leave here, police court is 198. I want to make sure we've got the right person. We can visit the prisoners. Okay, so we've got Taylor and Clark. So Taylor, Fatty, he says, you were at Phil Jeff's And he says, I was home in bed. Da, 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 da. He walked into a door. He's got the cut on his thing. Okay, let's see. Got myself a job. I'm a no-hoper, but I've got a sister and nephews and niece. I've got a woman, though some may say she's a bit broken herself. I'm trying to turn things around. Okay, well, he was pretty convincing. And then N is about Kate Lee. Well, he's not the one with the gun. He says, I'm no murderer. We believed him. But it's his partner who has a gun, right? His partner has a gun, and he's the alibi. But let's see. We do ask him oddly about the gun. We ask him if he lent it to his friend. But there was 4 in the car, right? So it's going to be Fatty and Clark and the girl. But who's the 4th person? Did Taylor take your gun? He doesn't answer. Who's the 4th person? So they're using William Clark's gun, and they probably did it together. So I think we've got both of these two working together, along with Ida Maddox. So who's our 4th person? I'm pretty sure we're told there were 4. Are we still looking for another person? It's going to be the driver. I think you're right. It's going to be the owner of the car. Good catch. It's going to be the owner of the car. All right. Well, that's pretty cool. I feel like we are definitely closing in on this case, and it's turning out to be a very cool little ending here. All right. So, yeah, pretty cool. All right. So we had this big long talk with Grace that seemed to have everything is clicking into place here, huh? All right. It's 8 o'clock. So we could go to the cafe. I'm inclined to do that. Oh, but while we're here, actually, at the apartment buildings, I want to stop in on Bennett because I know he's planning to run. Let's knock on his door. So 42. I wanted to go. We still don't know exactly what the Patty Roach was doing here, but maybe he was buying drugs. I wanted to stop off at Bennett's place, though. That's Garden Vale. Bennett. Okay, so this is the one I want to read. Let's see if he's fled town. Frank Bennett is a balding but well-dressed man in his mid-40s. I think, was this the bug? Because this is the part we read, right? This is where we read his note, yeah. John Kean told us the fix for this. Oh, I'm afraid, did I write it down properly? So John Kean told us the fix. Yes, okay, good, I do have it. He says, here's what it should read. If it's before Monday, read 48, otherwise 218. So actually, we read the 48, but now we're supposed to read 218. Okay, let's see if he's fled town by now. There's no answer to your knock. Yeah, okay, so Bennett has just left. So before we leave here, we do have the scammed ladies. Should we check on them just for fun? We've got Scroll, Diamond, Bacon, and Courtney and Quick. Let's talk to these girls just for fun. Just for fun. All right. Let's talk to Bacon first at Palm Court. Palm Court, Bacon. If it's before Monday, otherwise read 36. As you knock, you can hear muffled sounds of sobbing from inside the flat. Nobody comes to the door. Yeah, she's just been ripped off. That's why she's sobbing. All right. Our next victim is at Palm Court, number 14, Courtney and Quick. No answer. Okay. I guess we should have talked to them sooner. But we don't, this is just, we'd hear their tale of how they invested money. But it's okay. We already know enough of this. Nobody answers. That's with Scroll. And our last one is at the Olmeo Diamond. Muffled sounds of sobbing. Okay. All right. So interesting. Boy, he robbed them and they all found out about it. I guess they just found out he left town. All right. That's okay. We know that. We know how that goes. I still am curious if there's anything else going on in Garden Vale. In fact, I'll tell you what. I know we've got a lot of stuff today, but we visited almost everyone in Garden Vale. Let's just hit these 2 or 3 that we haven't been to see if we can find what Freddie Roach was doing, or we'll just fully visit Garden Vale. All right, so Garden Vale, where haven't we been? We haven't been to the Vacant 9, but there's no entry. We haven't been to Pemberton. Residents, an older man who's home at the time of the riot, didn't hear anything. It's my ears. My late wife, bless her heart, she wrote them out. She wore them out. Did she wear them home again, you joke? Pardon? Okay, so unfortunately, we've eaten a time doing that. That's all right. That was funny, though. Okay, and then we didn't visit Dixon, but we know from the other police officer he was with them. So I'd be inclined to skip this. But let's look at O'Brien and Martin. When she opens the door, you recognize Miss O'Brien as the young woman who tended the injured story. We actually read this, so we don't have to read this. We don't have to penalize ourselves for the time. Read 216. What's 216? It's just this one. Okay, but Martin, we didn't read. Man answers to your knock. Quickly established he was not at home at the time of the riot. All right, so we finished Garden Vale. We don't know where our guy, Patty Roach, could have gone. What about Captain Dixon? Captain Dixon said he and his friend Jack Sharvin, we read the Sharvin entry, which is why I said we probably don't know, have to go to this one, but let's see this. We're drinking. They've been at it for a while. Too much like war for me. The guns started coming out, got a bit real. Jack and I were both at Gallipoli, and it messed us both up a bit. I've got half a foot missing, and I still get these funny turns. I could feel one coming on that night, so Jack helped me get home. He's a good mate. One thing and another, we didn't really see much of the action. Okay, well, we've now been to every place in Garden Vale, so at least I'm satisfied that we're not going to figure out where Patty Roach went. He probably went to, we reread one of these. that we don't remember makes some sense. But okay, we don't need to go through it. Maybe he was with Rykler. Or maybe he was buying drugs from someone. All right. Well, it's now 9 a.m. I think we should go to the cafe. I feel like he may have been going to get money back from the scam guy. Who knows? Can we find the address now of where Ida was staying? Because we were given more information now. A room with Miss Hackett on Riley Street. So we were told that Ida lives on the Stanley Street map. I think we were told Stanley Street. Somewhere here. And as that's where she gets off the tram on the Stanley Street station. But now from Grace, we learn that she's got a room with a Miss Hackett on Riley Street, which should be in this neighborhood, right? There's Riley. Riley and Stanley. So do we have access to Riley Street? If we do, let's see if we can find a bed sit by Hackett. Or, oh, we do have Riley Street. This is tempting. All right, let's see if we can find a Miss Hackett or a cleaning company, I guess. But we're looking for a bed sit by a Miss Hackett. Or a bed sit that's unnamed. Or a boarding house, etc. That's a roach. Grocer. Italian restaurant. Book button maker. Laundry. Laundry, that's not the same as cleaning, isn't it? Is it? Okay, let's see. Grocers. Hackett. Bingo. That's going to be Ida Maddox's house. I don't think she's going to be there. I think she's going to have fled, but you never know. All right, here we go. Our prime suspect, Ida Maddox. 141 Riley. Miss Hackett, which we think is Ida. Riley Street is a +0, so we're looking up 141, but let's put it in the address. 141 Riley, which is in the B neighborhood, which means we have to travel there. So We're going to get there at 10 a.m. Don't forget, we need to get to the hospital soon, but wait a minute. Yeah, okay. We can go to the cafe anytime during the day. Okay. All right. So it's now 10 a.m. We've lost an observation, but we're okay. We're high on observation. Here we go. 141, Ida Hackett's room. We have to take a break first. We'll come back. We'll knock on the door. We might encounter our primary suspect. I'll see you then. We are back, ready to knock on the door of our prime suspect, Itematics. We've tracked down where she's staying at 141 Riley Street. Somewhere here. Where is 141 Riley? That's where Kate Riley lives. Our girl lives somewhere here. Okay. Let's see if she's home. I think she's fled to the uncle's, but let's find out. We have to travel to be, I believe. We were just at the Eaton Avenue, so we're traveling. It's now 11 a.m. or did I can't remember if I already marked this travel. Someone tell me if I already marked it. I don't want to take away the time we need. I guess we could probably track it. I'm not sure. Let's say we already traveled there. Just because we're going to need all the time we can handle. All right, here we go. 141. You mount 2 steps to knock on the front door of this typical Darlinghurst Terrace house. After waiting a minute, you knock again, but there's still no answer. If knowledge S is circled, it isn't. S is not circled. Seems like maybe it wanted us to have more knowledge before we could get here. Let's see. So it needs S circled, or it's going to be one of these double entries, but we'll see. So otherwise, we read 220. Let's see what 220 gives us. Stepping back into the street, you look up at the first four windows. A net curtain in the rightmost window twitches, and you imagine you can see a silhouette behind it. It appears someone is home but doesn't want to talk to you. This seems to happen a lot in your profession. You knock one more time and call out, but to no avail. Okay, circle S, so it's giving us S. If knowledge T is circled, it is then 108. Idly, you find yourself fingering a rip in your left sleeve that will need sewing up later. You wonder where it came from. I mean, didn't we cut our sleeve in the jumping over the fence to the whorehouse? What, I don't get why this is like telling us we wonder where it came from. And what's the point if we have knowledge T? I don't remember where we got T from, but I don't really understand this. Why has it made us do this? We all remember how we got it. This has got to be a bug, don't you think? Is it just to distract us so that we won't come back here? That's weird. All right, well, we're just walking right back here. And this time we have now it's circled S. I'm confused as to what the point of that is. But okay, we've spotted someone upstairs. It seems like we've found itematics. You have a strong feeling you need to speak to the person in the house. If knowledge T is circled, otherwise leave. Oh, it's telling us we have to go out the back. We have to come in the back way. I see. It's telling us, it's telling us we're going to have to jump a fence again. So let's see. Knowledge T is circled, which is when we got that tear on our sleeve. So it's just our subconscious telling us we have to come in the back way. But how are we going to do that? I wonder if we're going to be able to do that with this map. So 141, Miss Riley. Okay, so we think we know where it is. I made a mark approximately where 141 was, but let's take a look. We're on Riley Street. Oh, there's 141. I see. We can come in. We are exactly right here. Okay. And she's up. So I think maybe we're going to come in the back way. 37, 60. Oh, we're also told that there's like a greengrocer next door or something. Let's reread the entry. Let's reread the entry. You mount 2 steps to knock on the front door of this typical Darlinghurst Terrace house. Knock again, but no answer. Okay, so S was circled. Oh, maybe not. Where was the part? Okay. Oh, the first time, maybe S wasn't circled. Okay, here we go. You look up at the first 4 windows. A net curtain in the rightmost window twitches. Okay, so she's off to the right. I thought we heard something about how there was other stores nearby. All right, but I think we can get out the back. So if we look at our map, it's clear that there's another way in through the back on the other street. So we're going to go to 60 Eurong. Pretty cute. All right, so Eurong 60 is a +0. So let's try to go in the back. €60. Okay, let's see if we can get in the back way. This is wrong. Okay, don't look at that. I guess we already read that. I mean, it's clear we're on the right path, but that put us into the Garden Vale neighborhood. Well, we could try this number, or it could be that this is a bug when they change directory. So we may have to mess with this a little bit. Am I imagining the place? Didn't it? I thought it told us something about the neighboring places, but I must be misremembering that. We could try just next door, right? If she's on the right, then the just next doors would be 143 and 139. We could try that. 143 and 139 would be on either side. We could try to hop in through there, or we could try to... I guess we can't try 37 Francis Street. Because, oh yes, we can. We can try 37 Francis Street. So I'm going to try 37 too. I'm going to try the neighboring places and this corner place. And we'll see if that has any luck. But I'm going to do it without showing you in case, so you don't see any spoilers if it's not. All right, let's try the neighboring places first. 143 seems, actually 143 seems maybe the most likely. Okay, so 143 is wrong. How about 139? No. Not 143, not 139. How about 37? No. Kind of seems like a bug. We want to talk to her. We have to find another way in. We're told by someone, we're reminded of when we jumped a fence. Clearly it wants us to come in the back, but maybe there's a missing number. Little tricky how we're going to solve this, though. It's not on my list of fixes. Sure seems like it should be 60 euro. It's a little tricky because the others we could cheat by... Hold on. Do you think that's a number back here? Is this like a 2? Do you think... I feel like we've already been to a 2, though. Yeah, we've already read 2, so it can't be that one. So the other bugs we could sort of fix because we know what we're searching for, but this one's a little trickier because I know what we'll do. We'll go look up 141. We'll go look up 141 and see if we can get neighboring place on that address. So Mrs. Hackett is where we went. I checked 143, I checked 139. Those were no good. Certainly seems like it wants us to come up the back, but it could just be a directory bug. That number... How about checking this number here? This would have been 58. Let's try checking 58. You're wrong. Let's see if maybe that's not the back way in. No. Francis Street has a 0 modifier. Yurong has a 0 modifier, so I didn't have to do anything with those. If we were to try to get up Seal Street, don't know why we would get in there, and that's not even an entry. The problem is I'll tell you what we'll do. This is almost certainly a bug, but we've got other places to go. So maybe we plan to come back here. And maybe during the break, we can find a better way to overcome the bug, or there's something we're not thinking of. But I feel like it's just a map bug. Beale Street is in the directory as an ally of Euron. Okay, don't know what that means. Let us go to the cafe, since it is time to go to a cafe, or the hospital, and we'll come back here. No rush. This is sort of a finale. So it is now, what's more important for us? I guess the hospital is more likely that we'll miss it. So let's go to the hospital and see how that goes. Where is our hospital? So we're going to the hospital. We'll come back to Ida Maddox later. Hospital is 190. Let's do that. Here we are at the hospital. If it's Sunday, we go there. Otherwise, we read 133. Okay. Seal is an alley of Euron, you're saying. Okay, well, Seal, there's no entry for, so we can't even look up a place on Seal Street. Okay, here we are at the hospital on Monday morning. A police guard is stationed outside of Archer's hospital room. Nods to you as you enter. Archer lies on his back, unmoving, under a crisp hospital sheet, his eyes closed and breathing labored. A nurse bustles in and is taken aback to see you at the bedside. Mr. Archer is in no state to receive visitors. I'll have to ask you to leave and come back later. Unable to disagree, you head toward the door, but pause with your hand on the knob. You recognize the voice of Butler passing in the corridor. Easing the door open, you glimpse him and another man, a doctor, disappearing around a corner. You follow softly as they enter another room with a police guard stationed outside. This is going to be Phil Jeff's room. You calmly approach and lean casually on the wall next to the door. You answer the guard's quizzical look with, "Just waiting for Butler." He nods as you strain your ears for what is being said inside the room. Test your observation. If it's greater than 6. Okay, well, our natural observation is 7, so we pass this automatically. So we're going to read 47. Straining, you can just overhear the conversation in the room. Okay, exciting. 133 to 47 to 200. Here we go. The doctor, you believe his name is Giles, is discussing the prognosis for Phil Jeffs. "We've stabilized him, but it's not looking good. We removed 2 bullets from his body. One entered the upper left chest and almost passed right through it. It was so close to exiting his upper back near the left shoulder, it fell out in the gurney, and we recovered it from underneath him. The other bullet entered his chest a little lower, just near the lowest left rib, and lodged in his upper abdomen." Butler asks, "What can you tell us about the bullets?" "Oh, not much, really. They're .38 caliber. We can be pretty certain they were fired at some distance from the patient, probably at least 10 feet. That's all." 10 feet, that's a lot of distance. "And what about the blood? Did he lose a lot? Could you tell how long he had been bleeding before he was found?" "Well, yes, he lost a lot. He was wearing pajamas with trousers pulled on over top. They were pretty well soaked. But we don't know how fast the wounds were bleeding, so it's not possible to estimate the time he was shot. We did send a blood sample to the university for their new typing test. They responded he's type O. In case that's helpful. Butler clearly has no idea what Dr. Giles is talking about. So how long before I can question him?" Giles pauses to think. "Well, we've got him pretty heavily sedated, so it will be a while. If he even wakes up at all, I'd say he's in a bad way. If I had hazard a guess, I'd give him a 20% chance of survival." Phil Jeffs is type O. 238 caliber bullets. No cartridges found, so probably this is the revolver that we found, shot him. And 10-foot distance, that's a little odd. I wonder if they didn't shoot him through the window. 10 feet, I mean, you can't, is his bedroom even going to be 10 feet? Could you even get in a bedroom with him and shoot him at 10 feet? That's odd. That's not consistent with confronting someone and getting in a struggle, right? That's like a full out murder at 10 feet. Or maybe while he's running away, you shoot him through the window as he's escaping. Maybe it's completely consistent with what he said, except he was shot as he was running away. Maybe he shot twice. Well, actually, we should pay attention. Is he shot in the front or the back? No. Chest. And the other bullet a little lower in the chest. Left rib. So he's actually shot like twice in the chest. But at 10 feet, that's weird. Is it possible he jumps out his bedroom? He's running. Our girl shoots him once. He stumbles. And then the guy walks over to him and shoots him. But you couldn't walk over to him to shoot him on the ground at the 10-foot distance. So that doesn't work. Yeah, it's a little confusing. 10-foot distance in chest. 2 bullets in close proximity. At least 10 feet. That's weird. One of these bullets may have come from the shot fired outside the car, but if there's no other cartridges, 2 different guns, 2 bullets, a little strange. A little strange. Anna says, I think Ida fired twice. But then where's the other cartridge? We just didn't find it? Also, she would have had to shoot him in the chest twice in close succession, all at the left chest and the heart. That's a pretty serious shot. And then you would still have to think about how weird a scene that is. If that's true. If the theory is true, think about how strange that is. The guy bursts into the house. Phil Jeffs claims he's shot twice, then and there. And then he jumps out running, and he runs this way. He says he's chasing the car, but we think the car might be here. Now, if you think that Ida shot him twice from here out the window, then the idea is she shot him twice in the chest while he's running, and he doesn't skip a beat and keeps on going till he gets to here. That's pretty odd. Marco says maybe the other bullet casing is in the car. That's an interesting idea, but boy, that's a good shot at 10 feet while he's full on running, and then that's pretty weird. And then why is he lying about it, saying he was shot twice here? I find that odd. I find it seems to me like it would be a little more likely that maybe this guy bursts in the door, shoots him through the doorway twice, right where he says. He jumps out and runs. Ida fires and misses, and he runs and gets to here and collapses. Feels more likely to me, but maybe it doesn't. Those are details that maybe don't matter so much to us. You just bring them in the back room and get them to confess. I do think the idea of a bullet casing in the car is reasonable, though. But maybe those are details we don't have to worry about just yet. All right, so that's the hospital. Circle knowledge J. And he's type O. We'll figure that out later. I don't remember anything where we were supposed to come back with J. And now we're leaving here. Time passes, and now we've got some other entry. Let me just make time pass here. As you leave the hospital, you're surprised at the number of fashionable young people, especially women, crowding into the reception area. A slightly exasperated nurse is turning them away with, Mr. Jeffs is not well enough for visitors. At the back of the room, you spot Springleaf. He sidles over to intercept you at the exit. Anything to report, detective? He blinks. You sigh. Not to you, Springleaf, though I have to admire your tenacity. Never mind, he opines magnanimously. I'll just wait for someone else with more sympathy for the grieving public. He means Butler, of course, who will no doubt tell him all the juicy details in exchange for his name in bold type. Shaking your head, you leave in disgust. All right, so there was our police. There was our hospital. We talked to the prisoners. Bennett has fled town. We talked. So we still have the Delmonico Cafe. That's it. The rest of these we don't have to do. And we still have to figure out how to get into Ida Maddox's house. All right, let's go to our cafe. Anna says, I think Jeffs does not want to bring up the outrages, so that's why he's lying about how he was shot. I think that's fair enough. I think that's certainly possible. And then we have our license plate. Perhaps we should find out where they were while we're planning our routes. Let's see if we can identify those people. So we're going to do a little bit of map checking now. We've got one of the people on Anzac, an E. Burke, on South Anzac Parade. Anzac Parade is at F and G. Let's look up Anzac Parade if we can. We don't have addresses, we just have names. Okay, Anzac Parade. We have a Burke here. Maybe I could look up what South was so that we wouldn't have to go through all of these, but I think maybe rather than worry about that, we'll just look at them. We don't know what the occupation is, but we know it's a resident. Burke Thomas, button maker or something. All right, let's knock on his. Oh, there's another one. Burke Edmund. That's who it is. E. Burke. Terry. What do you think a Terry is? But E. Burke, that's going to be our guy. So 5 Anzac plus 0. So we think that's location 5. All right, let's knock on that door. Let me do it differently. Where's our addresses? Okay. So for our licenses, we have 5 Anzac, which is in B. No, which is in F or G. I don't know which. Let's find all of them before we start traveling, because Riley Street seems more likely to be our location because they live on Riley Street. Right, she lives on Riley Street, so we're looking for a Walsh that they might have borrowed a car from, or he might have driven her. So let's see if we can find that person, Walsh, on Riley Street. That seems like it would be our more likely culprit. Although you might guess that it would be someone that lived near Fatty Taylor. We're looking for a Walsh. This is our second license plate person. with a woman, Eliza Walsh, but this should be an H. Walsh. That doesn't seem like that would be her. Almost done with Riley. All right, well, I didn't find it. All right. Don't know where H. Walsh is. And then we've got someone on Cooper Street. I'm not sure we have a Cooper Street in our directory. We don't. So I may have messed up looking for Walsh, but assuming not, well, I guess we have Miss Eliza Walsh on Chapel Street. No, Chapel Street isn't even an entry. All right, well, Anzac Street is our only chance then. Anzac Parade 5. Let's just go there. All right, we're going to have to walk there, right? Or travel there, rather. Anzac Parade, F and G. Where is 5 Anzac? Looks like it's probably right here somewhere. Here's the reckless car, look. And here's the house we're considering. So I think maybe this is our one. Almost hits the woman crossing the street, and here it is, probably pulling in to their house, which is going to be over here or here. All right, let's see if that's not right. So we have to travel there. Eats up another time, loses us a persuasion. All right, here we go. The address belongs to a rather distinguished house, sitting alone and aloof among its somewhat lesser neighbors. Your knock rouses a similarly distinguished gentleman, gloriously bewhiskered and bespectacled. Mr. Burke, I'm from the Darlinghurst Police. Are you the owner of a motor car, license plate 89225? Burke sighs. What has he done this time? I'm sorry? My son, Edward. Yes. I own that car, but my son drives it almost exclusively. Edward is a rather reckless driver. He's had near misses and run-ins in the past. Now the police turn up asking about the car, so obviously he's done something illegal in the blasted thing. Have you had a complaint of reckless driving? Well, yes, actually we have. Burke's nodding. But there's more to it than that. I mean, I really need to talk to your son. Is he in? Actually, no. He's gone out. He favors the Crown Hotel on the corner of Elizabeth Street in the city. Burke's whiskers bristle, and his spectacles glitter sharply. Listen, when you catch him, I rather hope you'll throw the book at him. He deserves it, and he needs to learn a lesson. Thank you, Mr. Burke. I'll keep that in mind. Okay, so it sounds like we found our guy at 5, and he tells us we're looking for his son, Edward Burke, as our 4th driver here, and he favors the Crown Hotel on Elizabeth Street in the city. All right, well, Elizabeth Street is A and E. Let's see if we can find the Crown Hotel. There's Elizabeth Street. We've got something hotel. But Elizabeth Street always also goes to the E neighborhood in Surrey Hills. And there's Elizabeth Street. Okay, so I don't see it. We could look up Elizabeth Street if it was in our directory. It's not. But I think this is going to be a bug. Yes, it is on the list of John Kean bug directory map bugs. He says it's at 162 Elizabeth. So let's see if we can locate that. Where is 162 Elizabeth? 201, 227. It's actually above the central neighborhood. I guess that puts it maybe in... Don't really have street numbers here. Don't suppose it matters. Either in A or E. Let's just call it A. 162 Elizabeth. So it's just going to be here somewhere. All right, let's try the Crown Hotel on Elizabeth 162. 162 Elizabeth. Is there a modifier for Elizabeth? Minus 150. Okay, so where's our rest book? Okay, 162 Elizabeth minus 150 is 12. Okay, this is the Crown Hotel, which maybe we could have found in the direct. Oh no, because we don't have Elizabeth. We can't look it up. Okay. What's our force level? 3. We can do that, but we do have to travel there. Okay, it's 1 p.m. now. We're gonna have to head off to the cafe soon, but we have time to do this. All right, 162, which is 12. Okay, here we go. All right, this is going to be our 4th guy in our car. This is very important. 12. The Elizabeth Street, 162 Elizabeth Street at the Crown Hotel. On the entry to the Crown Hotel, you're greeted by a blast of yeasty air. Looking around, it isn't hard to spot Edward Burke. Although he's clean-shaven, there's an element of his father about him. His blonde hair is extra long on top and flops rakishly over one eye. His jacket has a high Prussian collar, and a long scarf is looped loosely about his neck. He sits at a table with a girl in a fringed dress. A circlet in her bobbed hair supports a single upright feather. A second girl, similarly dressed, sits opposite next to a conventionally clad young man. The 2 hats rest on the table amidst 4 large beers. As you approach, Burke breaks off an anecdote concerning a local celebrity to ask, "Yeah, what do you want?" You explain you're with the police, and he comments to his friends, "Hey, it looks like they finally caught up to me." The girls titter. "I'd like to ask you about your car, Mr. Burke." "I'm not surprised. A lot of people like my car, don't they, girls?" "Are the police looking to upgrade to something sportier then?" The second man mumbles, "It's his daddy's car, actually." But nobody pays him any attention. "I was actually wondering if you were out in your car early on Wednesday morning. We've had a report of careless driving." Burke's eyes narrow. Thin lips get even thinner. He obviously doesn't like the fact that you're questioning his driving skills in front of the women. "I never drive carelessly, officer. You should know taxicabs and police cars cause more crashes than anyone else. If anyone here is a careless driver, it's you." The two girls are wide-eyed and breathless at his daring to stand up to the police like that. They both edge their chairs closer to Burke. The second young man sneezes into his beer. It sounds a bit like "Tosser, tosser." "So you were out driving before dawn on Wednesday?" Burke shrugs dismissively. "I don't remember. Sometimes I drive all night, sometimes not. I please myself. That's just the way I roll." "Would you mind if I took a look at your car?" Burke sits up suddenly, outraged. "Hell yes, I mind. You've no right to come in here and accuse me of I don't know what, and then paw all over my car. Why don't you piss off?" The girls are seriously impressed. They move closer and take one of his arms each. The friend just rolls his eyes and mutters. Car's out back in the alley. You subject Burke to a long, level stare, then turn on your heel and head outside and around the back of the pub to Knifedale Lane. A convertible car with the top down is parked to one side, on an angle with the front bumper up against a rubbish bin. The back seat is littered with empty beer bottles. Hey, get away from my car!" Burke storms around the corner, the two girls in train. The other man follows at a more leisurely pace, his half-empty tankard of beer still clutched in one hand. "Been out to Kensington lately, you ask, examining the mud in the tread of the tires? Test your observation. Now, are we going to find a bullet? This looks like our car. And it's got mud, which matches the neighborhood we think it's driving away from. Now, I hope that we're right and we can spot a bullet cartridge in the car back seat, but let's see, or something else. Okay, so it says test your observation. Well, that's what we're good at, and we've got a natural 7, so we already beat this. There's no point even rolling a die. So here we are. We read 12, and now we're being directed to 79. All right, here we go. Let's see what we find. As you straighten up, something catches your eye from the floor in the back of the car. It appears to be a large tarpaulin. "What's the tarp for, Edward?" you ask. "Mind your own bloody business," he yells. He's getting quite agitated now. His friend is now leaning on the back wall of the pub. He takes a sip of beer, then offers, "The top's broken. It won't go up, so he has to cover the car with a tarp whenever it rains." Well, I guess that means it's not our car unless I'm misremembering something. Burke is ranting and red in the face now. Even the girls are backing away from him. You lean over and casually flip open the glove compartment. A half-dozen paper packets fall out onto the front seat. Burke becomes suddenly silent and still. "What's this, Edward?" You pick one up. It appears to be a 10-shilling shot of cocaine. "I don't know. I never seen it before. Somebody must have put it in there. You got no proof. Could be anybody's." Burke's friend takes another sip of beer and wanders back around the corner and into the pub. The girls hesitate, but as you start the arrest procedure, they too scarper. So my memory is we saw the car up. The time passes, we lose an observation. Do we need to go reread that entry? Because this is a convertible, but broken down. even though it's got mud on it. Maybe I read it wrong, though. So we're looking for another convertible. Maybe there were more convertibles then. Oh, it sounds like we got to find those other cars. That was a lot of effort to get that car. Anna says, yes, our car had its roof up. It was a little ambiguous, though, when we read it. Let me see if I can remember if I took good enough notes to let us reread the entry. It was at the Wong Jack 92. Oh, look, we're bringing him back to the police. The paperwork on Burke's arrest and bail takes a while. He doesn't stop talking the whole time, alternating from denial. It's not mine. I've been framed, to threats. My father will have you fired, to begging, please, I'm not a bad person. Surely we can overlook this just once and back again. You've heard it all before. Finally, and then another time passes. This is a little side case for us. We just lost our persuasion. Finally, it's done. You pass Kreuter as you head back out the door. Was that your reckless driver, he asks. No, I don't think so. Little sod just pissed me off. Kreuter adds, nods. Fair enough. Circle knowledge, Alpha. So that's a little side case. We just arrested someone. But okay, that was weird about the Alpha stuff. So maybe we don't, he says, no, I don't think so. All right, so that confirms it was top up car that we are looking for. But now, are we going to be able to find that other car? Did I overlook it? Our time is running out for the day. We need to go to the cafe right now before it closes. All right, we're going to the cafe. Because otherwise we're going to miss our chance. And since we don't know how to get in, we're going there right now. Okay, where is the Delmonico Cafe? I wrote down the entry, but not the number. It was on Pitt Street. And Pitt Street is in Central Neighborhood. So we're going to have to travel to Pitt Street. It's now 4 p.m. We just lost a force. Sorry, I'm not showing you this. We just lost a force. And it's now 4 p.m. because we're having to make some very inefficient travel. But at least we made it just right before they're closing at Delmonico, 167. Let's see what we got here. The Delmonico Cafe is jammed into the west side of Pitt Street between an auctioneer and a general store. Oh, this was the place that told us where it was. Okay, between two things. All right, it is between 9 and 5, Monday to Saturday. So we get to read this. 282. 167 is Delmonico, which we get to read 282. You catch a scrap of paper and a pencil from Kreuter. Okay, so this is a bug. Okay. So what do you think? Where do you think we should be going? 167. All right, we should be able to, if we read 81, it says it's closed. Okay. So I'm going to not show you this while I try to search, but I don't know how to search with this tablet version. Search here. Okay. Search for Delmonico. If you've got a desktop, maybe you'll have an easier time of this than me. It says not found. Oh, here we go. Looks like this one. All right, let's assume it's this one. 235. Let's write a note for John Kean. Okay, a bell on the door tinkles as you enter the Delmonico Cafe. It's a dingy little space, but someone has done their best to brighten it up with some yellow paint and lime green tablecloths. A gramophone tinkles ragtime piano in the corner. A woman in her early 20s with a modern bob haircut mans the counter and sells you a hot chocolate drink. While she's preparing it, you take a seat at the back table away from a few other customers. When she brings your drink, you ask the girl, whose embroidered name tag declares Mabel, about Itematics. Oh, yes, Ida used to work here. That was ages ago. She flops down on the seat opposite before the court case just last year. Poor Ida. After all that stuff got said about her, Mrs. Simmons, who owns this place, let her go. Not good for the cafe's image, she said. I saw her a couple weeks ago. Ida, I mean, not Mrs. Simmons. You see her all the time in Hyde Park. She said she was working in some godforsaken laundry or something, but she'd found a nice lady to rent a room from only a couple blocks from the park, and one of the neighbors could mind the kids when she was working. Mabel idly winds a strand of hair around one finger while she gossips. Her no-good husband finally went to sea permanent-like, but her little daughter needed eyeglasses and she didn't know where she'd get the money for it because she was already behind on her rent. But she was seeing a nice feller, the brother of a neighbor. Things were going to work out fine, only she had this slightly deranged look in her eye when she said it, and Mabel's cut off mid-sentence by the tinkling of the door, and she hurries off to attend to the new customer. You sip your hot chocolate, which is excellent, bitter and steaming, but Mabel's tied up with a flurry of new customers, so you leave the empty cup and slip out the door. As you join a stream of pedestrians, a figure in a dark coat and hat slinks from a doorway across the street. If knowledge W is already circled, which it is, read 6. And time passes. That drops an observation. What is this? You've only gone a few paces along Pitt Street when you hear a voice calling out to you, "Detective!" Turning, you see Mabel leaning out of the cafe entrance. I just remembered. Ida said she was thinking of changing her name. She said a friend of hers who had split with her husband was now using her maiden name, Robinson, I think. Or maybe Robertson. Ida was thinking about doing the same, only she thought it might confuse her kids. Maybe that will help you find her. She gives you a cheery smile and disappears back to her customers. Circle A. We already had A circled. Boy, that was weird. Do we know Ida Maddox's maiden name? Do we know Ida Maddox's maiden name? It seems like we found Ida Maddox, so I'm not sure why we need to know her maiden name. I mean, why we need to know what name she's going on now. If we found her, we don't need to know her maiden name. And I don't know what that weird thing was about the guy that we recognized with the jacket. That was kind of weird. maybe one of Jeff's men is trying to track down Ida. That's a very good guess. That is a very good hypothesis that someone else is on the trail. That's a very good guess. Now, let me see when our informant is coming up. 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. In case we want to visit our informant, 7 to 9. What we'd really like to do is get into Ida Maddox's house, but we don't know how to do that. And we'd also like to track down the car. So let's take another shot at that car when we come back. Take a break. We come back. Maybe we'll look through the directory. We'll try to, maybe I did something wrong about locating the driver. We're also told that Ida Maddox works at a laundromat nearby. I wonder if they might know something. And that the neighbor, wait, actually, I'm going too fast through this because there were some clues here. Right? That I didn't even write down. I almost missed it. She says, no, this was this guy. She said that she gave us a way to confirm our theory, right? She said that who she was dating, she gave us some more detail about this. She says she's seeing a fella that we think is Fatty Taylor, the brother of a neighbor. Ida dating brother of neighbor. So I wonder if we're going to find another person named Taylor. And that would let us confirm our theory. The brother of neighbor. And she works in a godforsaken laundry. So we might be able to follow up both of those. I'm very curious to look for the neighbor. I wonder if we can look up, she's staying with Hackett, right? I wonder if we can't find Hackett as a neighbor matching our oh Lord. Did I not circle it in the directory? What neighborhood? It was on Riley Street, wasn't it? Okay. There was our Hackett at 141. She's dating the brother of a neighbor. Let us see if we can get lucky. I don't see it. That's a shame. I thought it was going to turn out that the neighbor, the brother of a neighbor, but maybe is Williams? What's the other guy's name? Not Taylor, but Fatty Taylor and William Clark. Not Williams. I mean, I do see nearby Taylor and Company, but that doesn't seem like the boyfriend's sister is a neighbor. So yes, it could be sister. It could be Miss Ellen Williams. Mrs. Borg, but she wouldn't have, she has a different name. Oh, that was, you're saying when we talked to Fatty Taylor, he told us about his sister. Yes. With kids, that makes sense. But we tried the two adjacent neighbors. We already tried 139 and 143. Maybe we need to try 137. Let me just quickly look at 137. No. We're still stuck on that bug. All right, well, let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll figure out what to do. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We've been playing for almost 5 hours here, and we encountered another small map bug. We've tracked down Miss Hackett's boarding house, or wherever, where Idiomatic is hiding. We went upstairs. We tried to get in. She wouldn't answer the door. We had a little memory of going in over a back fence. We could see from the map where what we think we're supposed to do. She won't let us in. We think we're supposed to sneak in the back way. There's 141. We tried to come in the front. She wouldn't let us in. Our theory was to come in the back. You're wrong. Or this lane. Now, I did notice that this looks like possibly a number 2. Actually, I thought there was a bug, but now that I look more carefully, it's not really a bug. This is Hargrave Lane. That's a little bit of a reach. But this lane is actually Hargrave Lane, and I guess it's meant to be 2 Hargrave Lane is the back fence to there. So we tried to look up this 2, but I just check the 2 because you're wrong and Riley are +0s. But actually, if you look up Hargrave, so I guess this is not strictly a bug. It's just hard to know that this is Hargrave, that this one here is Hargrave. If this had a word Hargrave, it would be a little easier. So anyway, Hargrave is a +100. So actually, the item for this is 2 Hargrave, which is entry 102, and that is, in fact, I peeked at it during the break, is what we're looking for. The 102, let's go read that and try to sneak in to confront Itematics. Hargrave Lane dead ends in a corrugated iron fence, beyond which is the backyard of 141 Riley. There's a gate in the fence, but you soon find it's locked from the inside. However, an iron drum filled with rubbish might allow you to climb over. Now we have to test our force. And here's our force, a 2. So to pass this test, we are going to have to get a 5. But if we fail, maybe something else, or we could just spend down other stuff. But you might imagine we might need other stuff to do. So I wonder if we shouldn't have this confrontation with Ida Maddox on the last day. But I don't, in many cases, failing seems like it would alert someone. But I think in this case, well, she has seen us looking up at her. But I think if we fail this, it's not going to spook her off. So I guess we're going to try this and see if we get lucky. If we get close enough, we can spend points. If we don't, all right, so we need a 5. Well, what are we going to do? We could use our cheat, or we could just let ourselves fail this. I think maybe we should let ourselves fail this. Come back the next day. And it says blue die. That's the code word for cheating. All right. Lillian Armfield is going to use her special second chance die. All right, there's our 5. So it's the second time we've had to cheat, but maybe we made up for it by all the hard detective work she's done decoding the maps. I love how Anna just goes blue die. All right. So 5 plus 2 is a 7. That beats this test. We don't even have to spend any points. Maybe we should make it so you have to spend a point to roll the blue die. Let's do that. Okay, a little homebrew rule here. 205. 102 to 205. All right, here we go. Our number 1 suspect. There's a tense moment when halfway over the rubbish drum under your left foot tips over, leaving you in a particularly awkward position, but a scrabble and heave completes the job. Now to 180. We've already circled 189. Might be another bug, because we've already been here, according to me. It sent us to the prostitute house. This has got to be a bug, right? It sent us to the same place when we jumped over the other fence. This is a bug. But maybe this is if you fail. I think maybe this is where we should have been. Sudden noise from the house causes you to scramble for a hiding place behind the lemon tree. As you do, you step awkwardly on a patch of soft earth, twisting your ankle painfully. Deduct 1 from your force. All right, I'm gonna follow this as if we're in the right place now. Looking more closely at the soft earth, you conclude something was recently buried here. Using your hands and a stick found nearby, you dig down into the soil. Your hands get very dirty, and you accidentally smear soil on your cheek. Deduct 1 from your persuasion. But soon your hunch pays off. You unearth a small handgun, a Colt automatic pistol. As you pick it up, using the stick to avoid disturbing any fingerprints, there's a sound of a door opening behind you. Spinning around, you find a small blonde woman gazing at you from the back door of the house. Her eyes are fixed on the gun hanging in your hand. This is Ida Maddox. Choose between force and persuasion. Either test your force or test your persuasion. Yikes. Well, we're going to have to test persuasion. The good news is we can add up to 4 to it from if we need to, but that could get us dangerously close. Okay, here we go. We're going to test persuasion. We need a 5 here. Lillian is back on top of her game. So 5 plus 2 is 7, so we beat this score. Well done, Lillian. She's actually been doing pretty good. So we got the bug, but then we outwitted the bug by clicking on the fail thing, which actually is the one we want to go. Okay, and then we passed it with persuasion, so we're going to read 86 and convince her not to run. Ida, I'm from the police. I want to help. I want to help you resolve the situation you've got yourself into. For a moment, Ida Maddox wavers like a coin spinning on its edge. Then suddenly her shoulders slump. She looks defeated. May I come in, Ida? She shrugs, turns, and shuffles slowly inside. As you follow her into the dark hallway, you see something hanging on a hook near the door, a fawn-colored cloche hat, decorated with a blood-red rose. If you wish to continue your investigation, read 221. If you want to consider the case solved, read 287, and time passes, which loses us a force. Well, this is an interesting situation we're in because we're at a natural conclusion of the case. The only piece of the puzzle, though, that we don't understand, that we haven't resolved, feels like the driver of the car or the owner of the car. Before we answer this, let's make a last attempt to figure out to see if we can't find that the car owner. So I guess maybe what we'll do here is we'll answer this. We'll answer this and say we want to continue our investigation. Let's see what happens. After ensuring your children will be cared for, you bring Ida Maddox to the Central Police Court to be photographed and to take her statement. You leave her detained there and return to Darlinghurst to complete the paperwork. Coroner gives you a congratulatory thumbs up as you pass on your way back to tie up loose ends. Okay, and then time passes again, in which we lose another persuasion. So, wow, we're down very low here, but that's okay. All right. So, how are we going to find the driver of that car? We got the license. We got our candidates. Let me reread the entry and see if we... Here they are. H. Walsh, Riley Street, Wallamloo, which is near where we are. So we thought that might be him. And then Cooper Street in Surrey Hills. So Cooper Street, we cannot find because it's not in our directory, but Riley Street we should be able to find. Okay, Riley Street's big. So maybe I just skipped over it. Let's try to find it again. So we've got Riley Street here through here. All right, we're looking for a Walsh, an H. Walsh. Let's try to find it. Walsh is who we're looking for. It's weird because we also sent all those things to the lab, which never came back. We know she works at this laundry, at a laundry. I wonder if we shouldn't also stop in there. Let's put a little note to do. 135 Riley is laundromat. Even though we've already found itematics, but maybe the person at the laundromat has the car. We've already gotten into her house, so we surely don't need to worry too much more about her neighbors, etc. Walsh. Would be strange if we can't find the driver, but I suppose if it's a true story, sometimes some things never get solved. So Wallace. We never heard about a Walsh from somewhere else. Like, we never heard about our guy, Fatty Taylor, mentioning a Walsh. We should check our notes, because that name sounded a little bit familiar to me. Like, maybe he's not in the directory, but I wonder if he didn't come up somewhere in the interrogation of Fatty Taylor. We should stop on this Mrs. Elizabeth Walsh. Maybe actually that long shot is gonna pay off. Let's try that. It's not an H Walsh, but maybe she's got his car and someone borrowed it. Hey, there's Miss Taylor Florence. That's not gonna be Fatty Taylor's sister, is it? Let's just keep going. We can always check those. It's a little strange that we can't find these, that we found one driver and he was the wrong guy, but we can't find our correct guy. I just wonder if he wasn't mentioned somewhere when we talked to Fatty Taylor or searched his flat. We would have made a note about it, but I haven't checked my notes for anyone named Walsh. All right, well, that's the end of this. All right, let me check this Miss Elizabeth Walsh and this other Taylor person just to see if we get lucky. So Riley Street is +0. All right, I'm not going to show it to you on the basis of it being unlikely. Well, I went to 128 Riley, which is where Miss Elizabeth Walsh lives. The door of 128 Riley Street swings open to reveal a boy of about 8 years of age. Behind him in a line, also with smutty faces upturned, are 2 younger boys and a half-grown domestic pig. All 4 of them stare at you suspiciously. Hello, I'm from the Darlinghurst police. Is your mom or dad at home? Test your persuasion, which is a 1. All right. I don't know what's going on here, but I have a feeling we're going to have to come back here if this is relevant. So we need a 6, a 2. We're not paying for this, and I'm not going to cheat our way out of this twice. So I'm going to read 138. The quartet continues to eye you with suspicion. The pig in particular looks to be a tough critic. With no apparent signal, they seem to make a collective decision. The oldest child reaches out and wordlessly slams the door in your face. You must leave, but you can come try again later. Okay. All right, well, let's come back. I guess it is pretty close to 141 now that we're at 128, so this might be the place. So not only is the neighbor looking after the kid, but maybe the husband has a car. Anna says, I think we found our driver. All right, let me just quickly then check. We'll come back here. Return. Let's make a note. Okay, so our detective work paid off. It's just the husband doesn't have a registered address there. 128 Riley. Okay. Let me just check this other Taylor place. No, that's not proper. All right. I think I'm not sure if I caused time to pass, but it's now 7 p.m. We could talk to our informant. I'm not sure there's any other place for us to go. I'll tell you what we should do. We should stop here for the evening because we're about to solve the case. Right? So I think a proper thing to do would be to have our final session tomorrow at 10 p.m. It'll be pretty short. We'll just wrap up the final day and then go to questions. We'll go to this driver at the beginning of the day. We'll have our full health and we'll go to our final questions. And that way, hopefully Jonathan Warner can join us and Perry can join us and anyone who had to go to sleep can join us. All right, so let's just end the day here. We're going to read the end of night 27. Maybe we're going to get all our lab reports. It's been a long Monday, and after working solidly through the weekend, you're starting to feel the strain. Your mind wanders as you pass Kreuter's desk, till he throws a balled-up piece of paper at you to attract your attention. Hey, I heard from the university lab they processed a lot of the blood samples today. Let me just check if there's anything here for you. All right, well, it's all here for us. We have D, we have P, we have R. No, we don't have R. Why don't we have R? Why are we missing R? We have Y, we have Z, we have J circled, so that doesn't trigger, and we have L circled. So we're missing R. I wonder, R is going to be some side case we never pursued? Interesting. All right, well, let's read all of these. Kreuter hands you a neatly typed form with today's date on it. It says the blood sample, Eaton Avenue, was of type B. All right, I guess we're going to have to write all these down. Blood, this is D. Blood sample, Eaton Avenue, is B. Okay? Well, we won't worry about the significance of these till later. P says Craig End Street drawer, type B. Does anyone remember what the Craig End Street door was? The Eaton Avenue was the blood on the ground. That should match William Archer, probably, or our Patrick Roach. The Craig End Street drawer, the handkerchief. That's our Taylor, Fatty Taylor's nose, I think. R is not circled, so we can't see that one. Y. That's the blood sample from corner of Rainbow. This is Phil Jeffs. Forsyth, type O. This should be Phil Jeffs, where his body was lying. And then Z, the bedroom door, is going to be B. This is going to be Fatty Taylor's blood. Yeah, and so it was Fatty Taylor who banged his nose on the door trying to get into Phil Jeffs. Doesn't match Phil Jeffs' blood, but it does match Fatty Taylor's blood. Okay, that's pretty good. J is circled, so we don't read that, but L is circled. Just then, a familiar form emerges from a side room. It's young Constable Aldridge. Recognize you, he hurries over the news. I just wanted to thank you for the tip on Frank Bennett. He says, you were right. He's a bad egg. How much did you figure out about his operation? Write down what you think Bennett was up to, then read 163. This is a little story sidetrack. Okay, so we're going to have to answer this one as a group, but we think he was just scamming the women. Anything more in particular? Unfortunately, we only talked to one of the women beforehand, so we don't know exactly the nature of his financial scam, but they gave him money and he was pretending to invest it and then disappeared, something like that. Scamming women with fake investments, disappeared with their money. Yeah, anyone want to add anything to that theory? We're about to read the solution to it now. Although we could stop here. Looks like this is probably the end of our last piece. Why don't we stop here? Because this is the end of the nighttime, I think, right? 27 is where nighttime is. Let's give the players who've been playing with us but had to go to sleep time to leave. Then read 158. Yeah, that's it. So that's the last entry. So the very last entry of the very last thing we do tonight is 152, where we have to guess what Bennett is up to. All right. We're going to end there after 5.5 hours playing. Tomorrow night at 10 p.m., we will return. We will make our final statement about our theory about what Frank Bennett was up to. If you can figure out if he was up to if you can figure out any more details of his scam, why he was only targeting women, we'll be ready to answer that tomorrow. Then we'll start off the final day of the case. It won't take us long. We're just going to go to who we think is the driver and the neighbor looking after the kids. Ida Maddox is already in custody. And we'll re-summarize our theory of the case, which has turned out to be pretty satisfying. I'll see you tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Central Standard Time.